for now. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union Referendum Bill, Committee.
Now. Order. Thank you, sir.
Order.
European Union Referendum Bill.
I must notify the House that Amendment 51 is wrongly marked on the amendment paper as applying to line 16, whereas it should be to line 17 and should therefore be listed after Amendment 18. Therefore, we begin with Amendment 18 to Clause 2, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 51, 1, 12, 2, 19 and 52, Clause 2 stand part, new Clause 2 and Amendment 13. Stephen Gethins to move Amendment 18.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move Amendments 18, 19 and new Clause 2 in my name and the name of other honourable members as well. Madam Speaker, it's perhaps apt that we are debating our future relationship with the European Union on this, the 200th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. And what we'd like to see, even though we voted against the referendum, is we want to see a good relationship with Europe going forward and not one that's damaged by the Prime Minister or damaged by that side of the House. If we are going to have a referendum, and obviously we voted against it, but if we are going to have a referendum, what we on this side of the House would like to see, and why we've moved our amendments, is we want to see a gold standard, the gold standard that was met by the Scottish independence referendum. Now, Madam Deputy Chair, even though it is the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, I think that French nationals and other nationals should have the ability to vote in that referendum here. And we mentioned before the example of Christian Allard, a very fine member of the Scottish Parliament, who is of course a French national, who has made a significant contribution to Scottish public life, a more significant contribution to Scottish public life than many have made. My colleague Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh will build on that, and the honourable member Tommy Shepherd will discuss that a little bit later on as well. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about 16 and 17-year-olds. If people want to follow the questions of EU nationals a little bit more, I think they could do little better than read my honourable friend, the honourable member for Glenrothes, who made an excellent intervention on this point on Tuesday. But I'm going to focus on 16 and 17-year-olds, and I'm very glad that our Labour colleagues will be moving an amendment and backing a long-standing SNP policy on giving votes to 16 and 17-year-olds. I would love to give way on that point. In fact, this is my first intervention, sir, so please.
I feel privileged that I've been able to give him his first intervention. But can I tell him that we are not united on these benches? I chaired the Children's Schools and Families Committee for 10 years. I believe that this will shrink childhood. We will eventually having young people going into the army at 16, and many of the protections that children have at the moment through to 18 will be destroyed. This policy will bring adulthood down to 16 and will take protections just as childhood becomes less and less that part of life.
Well, Madam Chair, could I firstly say I'm not terribly surprised to find out there are a split on these benches, and there's a bit of a divide. Can I thank the honourable member for his intervention? I mean, obviously we disagree. He makes a good point. That wasn't our experience in the Scottish independence referendum, and I'd like to discuss that very point just now. We need to get more young people engaged in politics. I think that's something that all of us across this House can agree on. And even where we disagree on this particular issue, I think it's something that we can all unite on. I'm sure the honourable member will join in me, and I know his views are held honestly. During the independence referendum, an astonishing 75% of 16 and 17-year-olds took the opportunity to vote in the Scottish independence referendum. In the same survey, 97% of them said that they would do so again. If you compare this to the turnout in the UK election, which was higher in Scotland, we like to think because of the Scottish independence referendum and a more politicised electorate, but the turnout across the UK was 66.1%. And I think there are some lessons for us all to be taken from that. In February 2015, earlier on this year, a BBC Newsbeat survey found that young people in Scotland aged 18 to 24 were more politically engaged than in any other part of the United Kingdom. I'm proud of that as somebody from Scotland, and I think everybody from Scotland who engaged in the referendum, whether they voted yes, as we did on these benches, or they voted no, as each of our colleagues from the different parties did on the other benches, should be proud of that. What has also been found, and this was an Edinburgh University study, was that 2/3 of Scottish 16 and 17-year-olds have said that they would vote if they could, compared to just 39% in the UK as a whole. And that's a challenge for every one of us across this chamber. And that's why we think the independence referendum was a great opportunity to get people politically engaged. And we'd like to see young people continue to be engaged. Now, with the EU referendum, we have a big question over whether we remain as a part of that union, and we want to see a positive case, not just a positive case for remaining apart, but also a positive case at looking at more powers and where we should work more closely. And that could be areas in security, dealing with the worst refugee crisis since the Second World War in the Mediterranean. Could be in areas of climate change, and we were all lobbied on that yesterday. Or it could be in areas of creating a more socially just Europe. And I think that engaging more young people, and the way to do that is to have a positive campaign, not just tinkering around the edges, around certain policies that the Prime Minister may or may not be able to win.
Would you give way?
Yes, of course. I'd be delighted to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and grateful to my colleague for letting me speak first. The Secretary of State, in the second reading debate, rejected the strong case that the Honourable Member is making for 16 and 17-year-olds to have a say, claiming he'd rather get the 18 to 24-year-olds to turn out instead. Yeah. Would he agree with me that those two things are not mutually exclusive? One of the best ways of getting the 18 to 24-year-olds to come out is precisely to engage all young people in the way he's describing.
Well, as is often the case, the Honourable Lady is absolutely spot on. I mean, the facts that I've read out here show that giving 16 and 17-year-olds the vote was actually the way to make them more politically engaged from an earlier age, and therefore make them more likely to vote later on in life. And I'd actually like to come on to what some people are saying as well, and I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving me way. He was mentioning some reasons why young people would be interested in the referendum and in the European case in general. I would refer to my own second reading speech and, the wider horizons that young people have. And the unity that we seek in Europe is not a matter of just of the stomach or the wallet, but also of the imagination and of the spirit. And this would be an opportunity for those young people to express that hope.
I think the Honourable Member made an excellent contribution on Tuesday, and he makes an excellent point. I mean, 16 and 17-year-olds have a perspective that many of us lack, just as people from the older generations have a perspective, and that's what makes our democracy so rich. And the Honourable Lady and the Honourable Gentleman make excellent points on that part. And I'd be glad to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. And isn't it the case of trusting young people to make informed decisions about their own future, given that 16-year-olds can leave school, go to work, pay income tax, national insurance, give consent to sexual relationships? This is about their future too, and that's why it's absolutely right to extend the franchise.
The Honourable Member, and we're seeing the other side from the Labour Party on this. I wonder if there's a third side, ladies and gentlemen, but the Honourable Member makes a very, very good point. In fact, I'd like to quote YouthLink Scotland, who make a very, very good point, when YouthLink Scotland have said, "We believe," and they're referring to the Scottish Bill, which I'll talk about in just a moment, "that this bill addresses the inequality that young people aged 16 and 17-year-olds have historically faced, the discrepancy between their democratic rights and responsibilities. 16 and 17-year-olds, and this is exactly the point the Honourable Gentleman is making, can join the armed forces, enter employment and be subject to taxation, get married and drive a car, yet were deemed too immature to cast a vote in the election." I've given way to this side of the House, so I'd be delighted to give way to the Conservative side of the House.
The Honourable Member has spoken fluently and well on the legitimacy of 16 and 17-year-olds participating in this debate, and I do understand the points he's making. As a former soldier, I have to say how proud I was to serve with many who were 18, 19 and 20 years old, young men who served their country with courage and determination, and how pleased I was that we in this country do not use child soldiers. I would think that the age of legal responsibility in that sense, whether it be on the front line or the democratic front line, I think should be aligned.
I think the honourable member makes a good point, and I respect his service. I would say that, that voting in an election and trying to get young people engaged in the democratic process is quite different from fighting on the front line. So I think that there is a distinction to be made there. If I can just make some progress at the moment, I think I've been generous so far, and I'll be happy to take interventions later on in the speech. But one point that I point out to the honourable gentleman was that today, on this very day, Scotland is again ahead of the rest of the United Kingdom. And today the Scottish Parliament is on stage 3, that's its final stage for members who are not in the know about the dealings of the Scottish Parliament, of the Scottish Elections Reduction of Voting Age Bill. And that's one of the many examples of where power has been devolved from this place to Holyrood, and the Scottish Government has put it to good effect. And today we will see the Scottish Parliament historically pass it into legislation and give 16 and 17-year-olds a vote. And I think the Scottish Government deserves praise for what it's doing, just as they deserve praise in the independence referendum. And I look forward to the next local authority elections when we're out canvassing and we're able to go out and canvass for the votes of 16 and 17-year-olds. It's also interesting, and members from across this House will be delighted to learn, that support draws cross-party support in there as well. In fact, even Tories are supporting it. In fact, I'm just looking at if I can read you out from the Electoral Reform Society, and he says, surely not Tories. Surely not Tories. Well, votes at 16, sir, is not just supported by the SNP, Labour, even the Liberal Democrats, we've still got some, and the Greens, but also the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, who says, and I quote, she is a fully paid member of the Votes at 16 club now. So it's great to see progress even with the Conservative Party in Scotland. So you see, the benefit isn't just to 16 and 17-year-olds, the benefit's to a bit of common sense across these benches, across the opposite benches as well. I'd be delighted to give way.
Would my honourable friend agree with me that one of the reasons why there's been such a change in attitudes in Scotland is precisely because of the experience of seeing how well-informed young people were when they did have the chance to vote, and actually were among the best-informed part of the electorate?
That's the Honourable Leigh makes a very, very good point. One other thing that was found, this goes throughout the ages, but with 16 and 17-year-olds in particular, and why my honourable friend makes a very good point, is we were finding that 16 and 17-year-olds were studying, were taking their information from a wide range of sources, and as the Honourable Lady has pointed out, were amongst the best informed parts of the electorate, which is a great credit to the 16 and 17-year-olds who were taking part in the democratic process as well. So, yes, sir, I'll give way.
Well, to the Honourable, he's been very generous in giving way. I've got lots of 13, 14 and 15-year-olds in my constituency who have very good political views on a variety of issues. I'm wondering on what basis he has fixed on 16 as the age of enfranchisement.
Well, the honourable member will be aware that at 16 and 17, and clearly wasn't listening earlier on, so I can repeat it. You can get married, you can pay your tax, you've got all sorts of responsibilities kicking at 16. So we think, and it's interesting that others across this chamber think, that 16 is the right age to be giving people the vote. And in fact, Ruth Davidson, the leader of his own party in Scotland, thinks that 16 is bang on the right age as well. Now, Ruth Davidson and I will not agree, not at the moment, I'll make some progress at the moment. Ruth Davidson and I may agree on many issues, but I'm very glad that she's come round to our way of thinking on this as well. Can I just say, and I'm going to quote again on the Scottish example, because we must give due credit to the Scottish Parliament. Children in Scotland also said, Children in Scotland believes it's vital that 16 and 17-year-olds are able to participate directly in the democratic process and strongly supports the extension of the franchise to young people. This bill, and that's the Scottish Parliament bill, will play an important role in addressing the discrepancy that young people aged 16 and 17 continue to face as far as their democratic rights and responsibilities are concerned. Let me also talk about Young Scot, and I'll use this as a further example. Is that Young Scot said, in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which the honourable member, I think, was raising earlier on, We believe that young people should be involved in making decisions that directly affect them, and that one of the best ways of getting involved in decision-making is through voting. Therefore, Young Scot strongly supports the extension of the franchise for all elections. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a responsibility across this House to try and engage people as fully as we can in the democratic process. Each one of us knows the challenge that we face, of all political colours. Scotland's got some good ideas, believe it or not. What we did is that when we came to this place to be constructive. And we know that there will be areas where members of other parties, and we look forward to them, are hearing good ideas from them. But we also want to look at areas where Scotland's been groundbreaking, and this is one of them. Voltaire once said that we look to Scotland for all our ideas of civilisation once upon a time. And we know, obviously, that the Labour leadership candidates are all looking for ideas on leadership from Scotland's First Minister, from what we've heard as well. But maybe this is an area where we can work on together. And if I can finish up with the Electoral Reform Society, I think put it quite succinctly. There's a widening gulf between people and politics. We see lowering the franchise age as vital to nurturing more active citizens for the future health of our democracy. And they make a good point. If they vote early, they vote often. That's been our experience in Scotland, and we think that would be the experience of the rest of the United Kingdom by extending the franchise. And I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 18 be made. Stephen Phillips.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be called so early in this debate. And there are two amendments in this grouping which, with no disrespect to the honourable gentleman who has just spoken, stand in my name, to which I should speak. And those are Amendments 12 and Amendment 13. Now, when we had the second reading debate in this House, the Right Honourable Member, the Foreign Secretary, indicated that this was an important matter for the United Kingdom, and it is indeed an important matter for the United Kingdom, and he indicated, as a result of its being an important matter, that the appropriate franchise to be used was the general election franchise. And that, in my respectful judgment, is absolutely correct. But what this legislation does, at least in draft, as it has to do, because Gibraltar is part of the constituency of the South West in the European Parliament, is to extend the franchise, the general election franchise, to Gibraltar, and it does that in Clause 2 of the bill which is currently before the House. In relation to Gibraltar, however, the franchise is extended to Commonwealth citizens, this is Clause 2(1)(c), Commonwealth citizens who, on the date of the referendum, would be entitled to vote in Gibraltar as electors at a European parliamentary election in the combined electoral region of which Gibraltar is comprised. Now, the stated objective of the government is to use the general election franchise, and as I've said, Ms Engel, that is, in my judgment, absolutely correct. But the difficulty with the bill which is before the House is that the franchise which it is proposed to use in Gibraltar is not the general election franchise, because it leaves out of account those who are citizens of the Republic of Ireland. Now, I know not how many people this may affect. It may affect 3, perhaps. It may affect 5. It may affect a dozen. It may affect none. But if we are going to pass legislation in this House, it should be legislation which is consistent. And what has happened here, I suspect, is that because this is a new extension of the franchise, this has simply been overlooked by the government and by the lawyers within the Foreign Office when they have come to consider how the bill should be drafted to extend the franchise to Gibraltar. And what I would like to hear from the Minister when he replies to this debate, I'm not going to push this amendment certainly at the moment, is that because we aim for consistency in this House and because the government's stated aim is to use the general election franchise, when that franchise is extended to Gibraltar, with the consent of the government of Gibraltar, it should be the same franchise which is used for general elections in this country. And it is for that reason that I am going to ask the Minister in due course to give consideration, and indeed perhaps to move as a government amendment, consideration to Amendment 12, which is currently before us, which would insert words designed to ensure that those who are citizens of the Republic of Ireland but who are nonetheless domiciled in Gibraltar are entitled to vote in the forthcoming referendum. The second amendment, which stands in my name in this group, is Amendment 13. And this seeks to deal with the definition of Commonwealth citizens, because I have searched long and hard in electoral law, in the Representation of the People's Act, and indeed in this bill and in other sources to try and ascertain who is and who is not a Commonwealth citizen. Now, there is obviously a broader debate to which this House may wish to come in due course, particularly given the accession of Mozambique and Rwanda to the Commonwealth, as to whether or not Commonwealth citizens should continue to be part of the franchise for general elections in this country. But there is an entirely different problem, and that relates most acutely to nationals of Zimbabwe who are resident in this country and in Gibraltar. At the moment, Zimbabwe is not a member of the Commonwealth. It has simply withdrawn from the Commonwealth, as I understand it. There are other countries who the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, who are charged with deciding who is and who is not a member of the Commonwealth and who is suspended and whose membership is terminated. There are other nations who it is unclear whether they are presently members of the Commonwealth for all purposes or not. Fiji is one example. If you are a returning officer, at the moment, I know not whether there is non-statutory guidance, but if one looks to the law, it is very unclear whether you are supposed to afford a right to vote in a general election to a national of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, as I say, is not presently a member of the Commonwealth. Now, as I understand it, a previous government indicated that no Zimbabwean should, as a result of that withdrawal, suffer particularly in relation to being able to vote in general elections. But the absence of this definition means that the practice of who is and who is not entitled to vote amongst Commonwealth citizens of countries which have been suspended from the Commonwealth or who have terminated their membership is entirely unclear. And you can therefore end up with the position where in one place, Madam Chair, in this country, someone who is a Zimbabwean national is on the electoral roll and is entitled to vote, and in another place, someone who is a Zimbabwean national is not entitled to the vote because the returning officer takes the view, rightly or wrongly, that Zimbabwe is not a member of the Commonwealth and therefore that person is not a Commonwealth citizen. Now, there is again a much broader debate to be had around this, but the government does need to ensure, and I'd like to hear from the Minister when he responds to the debate what his plans are in this area. The government does need to ensure consistency across the entire country and to make clear whether a national of a country who has permanent leave to be here and should therefore be entitled to vote, whether a national of a country which is a Commonwealth country but which has withdrawn from the Commonwealth or which has been suspended from the Commonwealth by the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group should or should not be able to vote. And these are therefore both aimed to be, even though moved from the back benches, amendments which are helpful to the government in the sense that they provoke debate, then they ensure consistency across the legislation. And for that reason, I look forward to hearing from the Minister when he responds to the debate in due course what the government's attitude to them is.
Pardon?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 1 in my name and the names of my right honourable friends, which would extend the franchise for the referendum to 16 and 17-year-olds, and Amendment 2, which stands alongside it with a similar aim in Gibraltar. Madam Deputy Speaker, the franchise chosen for the referendum and set out in Clause 2 of the bill is the franchise for UK parliamentary elections, but with two exceptions. The first is to extend it to peers, and the second to the people of Gibraltar. Now, on this side of the House, we have no objection to those two extensions to the franchise, but we do believe that they are incomplete. And my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, flagged up our concern on this issue at second reading when he said that we would wish to extend the franchise in the bill to 16 and 17-year-olds for the purposes in the referendum. Now, there's been an active debate for some years about extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds, and we saw some of the arguments in the initial exchanges in this debate. People of this age can already pay income tax, national insurance, obtain tax credits, consent to sexual relationships, get married, enter a civil partnership, become a company director, and do many other things. In fact, both in my party and I believe in the Conservative Party, they can join and have a vote in selecting the party leader if they so wish. But until very recently, 16 and 17-year-olds could not vote, despite their ability to select someone who aspires to become the Prime Minister, could not vote in either a national or a local election. But of course, yes, I'm happy to give it.
If he's going to cite a list of things that people can do at 16, he needs to consider things they can't do. He needs to consider the things they can't do. They can't leave school without being in full-time education until they're 18. They get protected in law as a minor if they commit some sort of crime. They don't serve on the front line. They only get married with parental permission. The list is, they can't buy fireworks, they can't buy alcohol, they can't buy cigarettes. You know, I don't see the point of trading these lists. We have made a decision that children, young people at the age of 16, 17, receive protection in law up to a point, and that is agreed with the franchise.
The point she makes is that not every right or legal responsibility is conferred at 16. That is true, but many are. So the question, therefore, of the rights for democratic participation is not there for a science. It's one of judgment, and the judgment is what I want to refer to in the rest of the debate.
My honourable friend, just give way on that point. And I find this very awkward because I nearly always agree with him on most things. But on this one, isn't what is missing out of this is the responsibility we have as parliamentarians to care for young people who are very vulnerable. Up and down this country, we've had vulnerability to sexual predators and ghastly things happening right through to 18, up and down this country. And this move to have adults at 16 will make a lot of young men and women more vulnerable to sexual predation than happens at the moment.
I have a huge mutual respect for my honourable friend, but I do not see the connection between extending voting rights to people at 16 and making them more vulnerable to sexual predators. But let me make some progress. Of course, the first major poll in the UK to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote was the Scottish independence referendum last year. Now, that major referendum served to test all the familiar arguments that we've heard and that we may hear in this debate about whether people were old enough to understand the issues, mature enough to take part in the debates and to exercise their democratic responsibilities. And I don't think there's anyone on either side of the independence argument who would now argue that Scotland's 16 and 17-year-olds did not pass those tests with flying colours. Many campaigners, in fact, have said that the debates among 16 and 17-year-olds were some of the most engaged and informed of the whole referendum campaign. The post-referendum report from the Electoral Commission says, and I quote, 109,000 16 and 17-year-olds were included on the registers by the deadline, and 75% of those we spoke to claimed to have voted. Importantly, 97% of those 16 and 17-year-olds who reported having voted said they would vote again in future elections and referendums. So young people... yes, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Just one, also, wouldn't you agree that there's a real role for schools and colleges to play in this debate, and that we can perhaps put our friends' mind to rest that anyone who is vulnerable or has certain issues could perhaps in the college or school context have a wider debate and therefore be better educated about democracy and the role it can play?
Well, I don't think any of us would ever want schools to be engaged in a partisan debate, but I think there's a very important role for schools to teach young people about citizenship, about its responsibilities, about the importance of elections and so on. I think my honourable friend is right. And I think, finishing on the experience of last year, young people did understand the issues. They did take part. They felt empowered by their democratic choice, not apathetic or overawed, and they exercised these democratic rights in huge numbers, and afterwards said they would be more likely to vote again in the future. And the honourable member who moved his amendment did quote the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, saying that she was now a fully paid-up member of this Votes at 16 club. And there may be a relationship here between votes at 16 and 17 and the 18 to 24 age group. If we get young people registered early and they stay on the register throughout that period between 18 and 24, we might help to address the problem where there is low turnout among that group, because this is the age where people leave home, they go away to study, to work, or for other reasons, and that is often a challenge both on the registration front and the turnout front. But let me turn from the Scottish situation to the European one. But before I do that,
to the honourable gentleman for giving way. The argument he's deploying could equally be made for 13, 14 and 15-year-olds. So can I put to him the same point that I put to the honourable gentleman who speaks for the SNP around fixing on the age of 16 as opposed to a lower age as the age for enfranchisement? Why is he fixed on 16 and not, for example, on 13?
Well, as I say, the rules of his own party allow people to join at 15, but we have related this to the age at which legal responsibilities and rights are conferred. And I think if I can move on to the argument about the European referendum, there is a slight difference here between the general argument. I'll give way in a second. There is a slight difference here between the general argument about the age of the franchise and the applicability to these important constitutional referenda. But I give way to the...
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He says he's fixed on the date of 16 as the date on which legal rights accrue to the individual. The truth of the matter is at 16 some legal rights accrue to the individual. But it's not until 18 that we treat individuals as being a full member of society. And surely that is the point at which they should be enfranchised and be able to contribute to our national life through a full democratic debate.
You could argue that there are some rights you don't even get at 18. This is, in the end, a matter of judgment, but there are important ones. I don't want to go through the list again, but when people can start to work, pay taxes and do many other things, then there's at least a reasonable case about giving them the rights to vote. But let me turn to the European referendum.
One quick intervention, if I may. What those of us, a small minority on these benches, I have to say, worry about is the truth is we make becoming an adult 16, and that shrinks childhood at a time when kids in this country are going to live to 100. The amount of time they're going to be children gets smaller as a percentage, and there are arguments for and against, certain things happening at 16 and 18, but the truth is that we will, by this amendment, if it became law, mean that young people become adults at 16.
He made his point about shrinking childhood before. All I would say to him is maturity is not an exact science. There will be some people who are mature at 16 and perhaps less so. And there will be some people who manage to hang on to their immaturity for a great many years after the age of 16. So I don't believe that any of us can pinpoint an exact age at which it is conferred. But let me try. I really do want to move on, having taken a number of interventions. If she just allows me a moment or two, turning to this European issue, one of the things it has in common with the major constitutional referendum which took place in Scotland last year is that this is a decision about the future for a very long time. To quote the member for Gorton, who's not here today, a decision once in a lifetime, or at least for a generation, not something to be repeated every few years. I hope all the honourable members in the House will agree with that. This is not something we're going to return to every few years like a general election. But I now give way to my friend.
The honourable gentleman, he will remember from our happy days at Edinburgh University together in the Labour Club that, of course, in Scotland, the age of legal capacity, unlike England, is 16. But in Scotland, children are protected. Child protection laws, like England, go up to the age of 18. I just think it's a point worth making. The honourable gentleman over there made the point that the age of legal capacity in England is 18, but in Scotland it is 16.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. This issue before us is about the UK's future in the European Union. It is a huge constitutional issue. I won't for the moment, if he allows me to make some progress. It is a huge constitutional issue which will affect the country's future and its citizens for many years to come. And the rights of Britain's young people are directly at stake in this referendum. Let us consider the politics behind why this referendum is coming about. A major reason why this referendum is coming about is because of concerns about the free movement of people and how they operate in the European Union and in this country. Currently, our citizens have the right to live, work and study in 27 other member states by virtue of our membership. I don't think there are many people on the outside of the argument, many people who want to leave the European Union, who don't want to restrict the rights of free movement as part of their reason for moving out. There may be some, but not many, and it is pretty high on the agenda for leaving. If we are to leave, and as a result of that, we decide that we're going to restrict the rights of other European citizens to come to live and work in the UK, then be sure there will be reciprocal action taken against young people from the United Kingdom. So the rights that British citizens currently enjoy because we are part of the European Union to live, work and study throughout the rest of the European Union are directly at stake in this referendum. And I believe that's a very strong reason, even setting aside the general debate about the rights of 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in elections as a whole, for giving those citizens the right to vote in this referendum. Their future is directly at stake. It is 40 years since this country last voted on membership of the European Union. As we hear perennially in these debates, you would have to be in your mid-50s or whatever the age is to have voted in the last EU referendum. This is not something that's going to come around every few years. It is a generational decision. It directly impacts the future of young people in their future rights, and that's why I believe they should be given a voice in the decision.
I'm very grateful for the honourable member giving way. One of the key rights that we have as citizens in this country is to be judged by a jury of our peers. And jury selection is at 18 because of that very important responsibility that takes place. Is the honourable member therefore suggesting that that responsibility, which draws from the electoral roll, should be changed to 16?
Well, that's not part of our amendment today, but I'm sure these things can be considered in other debates. The point I'm making, which she has just heard, is that this referendum and the result of it and the way that it could impact on free movement will have a direct impact on the rights of free movement for our citizens. I give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and I'd like to associate myself with my right honourable friend, because the point that she makes is a fundamental one, which is what we're talking about here is the Constitution of the United Kingdom and the details that allow people to participate in its decisions. And what the honourable member is doing is he's arguing that we should play with it for this particular referendum, for this particular question, when what we should do is have a proper debate through the whole House that talks about at what age are you enfranchised to debate the matters of our nation, and that should apply throughout, whether it be in juries or whether it be in an EU referendum.
I believe the long-term trend for this will be to enfranchisement at a younger age for some of the reasons that have been set out in this. My party believes in a general reduction to 16 anyway, but addressing myself to the amendment before us today, which concerns the EU referendum which is facilitated by this bill, the argument I'm making is there is a very good reason for that enfranchisement, given the direct impact. If she just forgives me, I want to continue. given the direct impact on the rights of free movement, of study and of work in other EU countries. So I think there's a good argument for this. I don't think it's a partisan argument. I don't think this is an argument just held on the Labour benches or on the Scottish National benches. I think there are some Conservative members and others who support this. And I'm happy to give way.
I'm very, very grateful. Isn't it a fact that although there are voices saying that this issue should be dealt with in a general sense rather than specifically, that the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition government were quite happy, and this House also was quite happy to have a specific change with regard to the situation in the Scottish referendum? So why is it not acceptable for those of us with constituents who are 16 and 17-year-olds in London and the rest of England? Why can't my constituents have a vote when they are 16 and 17, yet Scottish young people can?
Well, the decision was taken in the Scottish referendum because the power to do so was devolved. And the power to do so has also been devolved to the Welsh Assembly too. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
I thank him for giving way. I was just wondering if it would be helpful to remind him that, of course, in the last Parliament, the House did in fact vote for votes at 16.
They did, but we didn't put it into legislation in a way that we have the opportunity to do so today. OK, I'll give way again.
I'm delighted he has given way on the nature of the legislation in front of us today, because we are, after all, in a committee session. I welcomed my honourable friend's point about the electoral register, and I'm actually deeply alarmed that the proponent of any amendment here today wouldn't have, in his own words, thought through whether his amendment would have any such effect on such an important thing as jury service. He may not know. In fact, I'm a supporter of votes at 16, and I shall make some comments on that later. But we are looking here for the quality of legislation.
I thank her for her praising amendment of intervention on my amendment, but the effect of it is very, very clear, and we've taken advice on this, that this amendment will extend to 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote on exactly the same basis as the other clauses and changes in the franchise in the rest of the bill. And let's be clear, as was said in the second reading debate, this bill does change the franchise. It changes it in terms of Gibraltar, it changes it in terms of peers, so it's already making changes. But the point I make is the amendment and the clause only applies, because the bill only applies to the EU referendum in front of us. I'd like Ms Engel to just say a word about the issue of EU citizens, which is also being grouped as part of this debate. The franchise in the bill is that for UK parliamentary elections, except for the exceptions which we have discussed. And there are amendments before us calling for the extension to citizens of other EU countries. And I understand there will be discussions about this, but there's just one point I would like to make on this. EU citizens currently have the rights to vote in local and European elections, but not in elections to this Parliament. Where, I won't for the moment, where other EU countries have held referenda on EU accession decisions or on treaty changes in any recent years, EU citizens from member states out with those countries have not been given the vote. This is true of recent referenda held in France, in Ireland, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, and in many other countries. The pattern where a member state is making a decision that affects its own membership of the European Union, or a decision to join the euro, or a decision on whether or not to accept treaty change, is to have that decision taken in the national elections franchise. It has not been the pattern to extend that, I'm afraid I won't, to extend that to citizens of other EU countries. And for that reason, we will not support the suggestion that citizens of other EU countries participate in this referendum but we do believe that it's important to extend the franchise in this referendum to 16 and 17-year-olds, as our amendment set out.
Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you. We all visit schools in our constituencies, and I'm sure I'm not alone in feeling that some of the most thoughtful and challenging discussions I've had in those visits has been with 16 and 17-year-olds. And I have to ask myself, do I feel that they have the capacity to understand the information, to weigh it in the balance and to communicate their views? Absolutely they do. The question is whether we as a House have the capacity to actually change our view and to give them a voice and a vote. And I don't believe that I could return to those schools in my constituency and look those young people in the eye and say that I denied them the opportunity to take part in this forthcoming referendum. I lobbied hard for that referendum. I'll take interventions in a minute, but I'd just like to make a few points. I lobbied hard for everyone in my constituency to have the opportunity to have their say on our future in Europe. But when I reflect on who this decision is going to have the greatest impact upon, I feel it's the generation of 16 to 25-year-olds. And not only that, that they'll be living with that decision for far longer. I'm absolutely delighted that we've extended the franchise to members of the upper house and that their lordships will have the opportunity to vote in this election. But I feel very strongly that we should extend the same courtesy to young people in our constituencies. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend think that 16 and 17-year-olds are mature enough to decide whether to buy a pint of beer in a pub or 20 cigarettes in a pint to smoke?
My honourable friend will not be surprised to hear me say that I don't think that we should be widening the opportunity for these young people to be exploited by big tobacco and big alcohol, that I'll be robust in that position. But I don't think that we need to have absolutely the same thresholds here across the board. We've already heard that there are many different thresholds at which we judge people to have capacity. But coming back to that, we don't deny people who are detained under the Mental Health Act the opportunity to vote, and I think that's absolutely the right thing. We don't deny the opportunity to vote to those people who perhaps lack capacity because of advanced dementia, because we understand that those people also need to have the opportunity to those who are assisting them to express their voice. And there's a wider point here. As the age of our population increases, and by the way, I think that's a good thing. There's one thing worse than getting older, and that's the alternative. But that has profound implications for all of us, and we should be concerned about that. Because older people vote, what we're seeing is that is tending to drive policy in their direction. And I think that there's a compelling case to say that we have to balance this, because we need to give young people a voice and a vote. I give way.
Thank you. May I just ask respectfully, like my honourable friend, I often speak to sixth form colleges, and I often ask them at the end of the discussion about 16 and 17-year-olds voting whether they would themselves like to vote. And it has been my experience that the majority of sixth formers say they would prefer to wait until 18 to vote when they can make a more informed decision, reflecting the general franchise for the general election. I wonder whether that has been your experience, her experience as well.
Absolutely not. I clearly have different young people that I'm talking to in South Devon. But what I would reflect on is the point that he makes about the call for clear information. There's no doubt that what people are crying out for, whatever their age, is clear information. And I think perhaps we could look as a House, not at having government churning out information which isn't widely trusted, but some way that we can grade the quality of information, if you like we do for scientific papers, where we grade them according to the quality of the evidence. I'll just finish this point, then I'll give way. Where we can grade it according to the quality of evidence. Perhaps we could ask academic bodies or the House of Commons Library to grade the information that people have access to so that they can judge whether it's coming very clearly from one perspective or another, because I think that's what people want. They want clear information. I'll give way to my honourable friend and then to the honourable lady opposite.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, but would my honourable friend agree with me in principle that votes at 16 is an idea whose time has come? But however that may be the case, does she not agree with me that a matter of this significance should not just be introduced as an amendment? Do she agree with me that there is an inevitability of votes at 16, and would very much welcome, as I would, the government taking the initiative on this very sensible and timely reform of our franchise?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that the time has come. The time came in Scotland and we saw very clearly how important that was for young people. More than 90% of young people in Scotland registered to vote, and they now permanently have a voice and a vote, and I don't think they're going to accept that being taken away from them now. I think that's infantilising. We should accept that they have the capacity to make these decisions, and the House should embrace that. I believe it should be a decision for Parliament, not for party political whips' decisions. And I would like to see the whole House have the opportunity to vote on this as a free vote. And furthermore, his point about whether or not we should take this as a standalone issue and debate the wider franchise, yes, I'll be making the same point and voting in the same way when it comes back for a wider discussion about the franchise and other elections. Let's not be dragged into this kicking and screaming. Let's make it a positive decision that we trust our young people and want to give them a voice. I'm going to give way first to the honourable lady opposite, and then I'll come to you.
Very grateful to her for giving way. She's making a very rigorous case. And I agree with her very much about the importance of information, and certainly young people in Brighton are telling me they would like more information too. Does she agree that things like more PSHE, personal, social health and economic education in schools, is one place where we actually could have that kind of debate? I've had a private member's bill for mandatory PSHE in schools, and I wonder if she would support that.
I think the honourable lady knows that I agree with her on the importance of PHSE in schools and the opportunity that we have for citizenship. I've heard in this debate so far people argue, well, shouldn't we first be concentrating on getting 20-year-olds to vote? Absolutely, I agree, that's important too, but they're not mutually exclusive. And what I would say is that we can set patterns for a lifetime. If we get young people starting to think about the importance of voting as well as their active participation in politics, I think we can set patterns for a lifetime. And I think that's very important because young people do take part in politics. We know that. They're very engaged on issues. They're very engaged with community activism. But we need to persuade them that it's absolutely in their interests to vote as well, because of the point I made earlier about how voting drives policy. And too much of our policy, in my opinion, across this House is being driven towards what are the important issues for people who vote. And as there are more and more people from the older demographic who vote, we risk that becoming even more important. And I think that we must recognise the need to balance that by giving young people a greater voice. Well, but the voice is always stronger if it's accompanied by a vote. And I believe that what message will we send to 2020 when we have young people, we're asking, I will in a minute, that we're asking people to vote in 2020. What message will we send to them then if those same young people we've infantilised and denied the vote as 16 and 70-year-olds in 2016 or 17? I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. My honourable friend is making a persuasive and enlightened case, and she's right. We should never be fearful of making fundamental changes to the franchise, but those should be properly and fully considered and not rushed. Would she agree with me that the Electoral Commission should be asked to carry out a full review of the voting age? I think they last did so in 2003-2004, when they said they wanted to come back to the case in the next 5 to 7 years. We're now 11 to 12 years further on.
I agree with my honourable friend, but what I think is sometimes we can use excuses to delay important issues. And the important thing here is that we look at the experience in Scotland. We look at the way that energised the vote. Is anybody seriously arguing that 16 and 17-year-olds in Scotland were incapable of of taking in the information, weighing it in the balance and communicating their views. Is anybody seriously suggesting, in a minute, that anybody seriously suggesting that there were harms to those young people from taking part? No. And I would say anybody who's from these benches should look at what has been written in the Tory Reform Group by Ruth Davidson. And she makes a really compelling case for why we, on these benches, should embrace that change and take this forward. And we must do so for the referendum, for the very reason that these are the young people who are going to be most affected by the decision, and they'll be living with it for the longest. And they will not, as in general elections, have an opportunity to change their view in 5 years' time. This will be lasting for decades, this decision. I give way to my honourable friend. Oh, sorry.
I appreciate that she's making a strong argument, but to reflect on the point from the member from Suffolk here, surely this is better for us to debate this as a House on a constitutional issue that's so important that affects all elections. You mentioned Scotland. And Scotland has a heritage in which 16, 17-year-olds are able to vote in local elections when it comes to issues of responsibility such as marriage. There has always been that long-standing issue that people can get married without the permission of their parents. That's not the case in England at 16. And therefore, when we're looking at this issue, rather than it being in Clause 2, Amendment 18, that we do need a far more in-depth discussion than just to be crammed in today.
Honourable friend is right that we need to debate it. We need to do that too, and I'll be making exactly the same argument at that point. But what we mustn't do is miss the opportunity now to express a view as a House. I believe it should be a free vote. I believe that passionately. A free vote about whether 16 and 17-year-olds have the capacity. And I'd say to the honourable gentleman, what is the harm? And what are the benefits? We should all weigh up, if we look at our ethical grid, about the benefits and the harms versus the individual and society. And I believe, as I said earlier, there are compelling societal reasons why we must give young people a voice and a vote, because I don't think without the vote they have the same voice. But there are societal reasons about the structure, the changing structure of our population. But where are the harms, I'd ask the gentleman?
On this issue of harm, I personally believe that taking a philosophical approach, when we look at, say, for instance, young offenders institutions and prisons, is she therefore arguing that 16-year-olds should go, straight to be incarcerated in adult prisons? What she's doing is, by looking at the vote and the issue of voting as being part of the age of responsibility, you will then open a whole can by which you have to say 16-year-olds, are vulnerable, therefore, the argument they could be placed in prisons comes up. And that's what I'm worried about, is that suddenly it's not just about the voting age here. Do appreciate what she's saying. It is about looking after young people and making sure that those vulnerable 16, 17-year-olds, maybe, she's making the case for voting, but on the obverse of that is that then actually equality must apply everywhere.
Yes. Can I just point out to the honourable gentleman that one of the things that I campaigned long and hard about in the last Parliament, one of the things that perhaps drove me into politics, was the scandal of children being detained on Section 136 in police cells. But the point is that these are children who are being incarcerated. The inquiry that I led as chair of the Health Select Committee at the end of the last Parliament on children and adolescent mental health services shows, I feel, the opposite. That the point is that one of the reasons we have such woeful services for young people suffering from mental health problems is partly because of the way policy drivers tend to be to the other end of the age spectrum. And I would say, if he was going to bring up the issue of incarceration in prisons, yes, we do incarcerate young people in wholly inappropriate circumstances. And I think part of giving them a voice and a vote is about changing the way we treat our young people in those circumstances. I'm delighted that the government is finally making progress on this scandal and stopping the incarceration of children in cells, something that I witnessed as a forensic medical examiner and have felt passionately about for years. But the point is that no one could suggest that giving a vote to young people, I mean, one of the most extraordinary arguments I've heard this afternoon was from the member for Huddersfield, who's no longer in his place, suggesting that somehow children would be more at risk of abuse if they were allowed a vote. I'd say absolutely the opposite, completely the opposite. So I don't accept the argument the honourable gentleman is making around the criminal justice system. I think the opposite. Let's stop infantilising young people. Let's give them a voice and a vote. I give way to my honourable friend first.
Thank you very much for giving way. She may not be surprised to know I agree that it is time for people to have votes at 16. However, we're seeing a very interesting and passionate debate in this House, and if something's worth doing and is important, it's worth doing well. And I have to say the member for Kingswood does raise some very interesting points. Whatever we think about it, these are very important points for debate. And by opening this new opportunity for young people, there may be inconsistencies, and I think consistency is something that we have to get right in when we feel that young people are adults and responsible. Does she agree that it is really time for the government now to seize the nettle on this and have a proper debate about when we have a franchise and when we have votes? And this is not the time, because you can see there's a lot of debate that needs to be had, and this is just too short a time to do it. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Sorry.
Honourable lady continues. I think there's been a great deal of tolerance about overlong interventions. But I think they're straying into the territory of mini speeches at the moment. So those who intend to do an intervention, try to keep it to a single point and be brief. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you. What I would say is that there will always be inconsistencies. We're never going to have complete consistency on the issue of the thresholds. We will continue to have different thresholds for different things, and the points at which we choose cut-offs tend to be around 16 and 18. And I'm comfortable with that. But what I think we should do on this issue is say, do we feel, as a House, as parliamentarians, that we want to go in and look those 16 and 17-year-olds in the eye and say, on an issue that's going to affect you, have far-reaching implications for your future, which I believe you have the capacity to make decisions about, that I'm going to deny you the vote. I'm going to kick it into the long grass. And if we're honest, there are other political reasons for this. And I think we should be honest about that. And what we should do is we should say, let's give young people the vote and a voice for this referendum, and let's have that other discussion. I will be, as I say, making the same argument about the wider general election franchise. But I feel this one is compelling. I can see no reason why we would not want to give young people a vote on this extremely important issue, which is going to affect them for far longer than it's going to affect me.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I'm always very, very keen to follow what she has to say and the thoughtful way in which she makes her case. Would she agree with me that this is indeed all to do with maturity? And the reason we protect children is because of that level of maturity and the need for society to make sure that they are okay. The same argument can be deployed for the age of enfranchisement. And we need to define what we mean by a child and what we mean by an adult. And the argument around enfranchisement is really a supplementary and consequential argument, depending very much upon the age that we have determined.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, but I feel that the right age to have that opportunity, and do I feel they have the capacity at 16 to make a decision, to weigh all those arguments in the balance and communicate it? Do they have that capacity in this referendum vote? Absolutely. And I don't believe I am going to be walking into those classrooms, meeting 16 and 17-year-olds, looking in the eye and saying, actually, I don't think you had the capacity to make that understand and make that case.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. Are not the people who are arguing against votes for 16 also, by extension, doubting the virtue of the vote in Scotland earlier on this year, which came down, of course, on the Unionist side?
Thank the honourable gentleman for that point, and I'll take another intervention here.
For giving way.
Does she not think there's a lesson to be learned from what happened in Scotland, not only from the massive engagement of young people, but from the fact that having had a debate very similar to this in the Scottish Parliament, after people saw what really happened, they stopped being worried about what might happen, and there's now very little opposition in Scotland to giving 16 and 17-year-olds a vote for every election that comes?
I thank the honourable gentleman. I think he's absolutely right. And who could have not watched that extraordinary debate, the most compelling debate of the referendum campaign, with, I believe, thousands of people in the stadium in Glasgow, and not felt inspired by the opportunity and enthusiasm that brought to the whole of the campaign and to the wider turnout. And I believe those young people will continue to be engaged with politics, not just in activism, not just within their communities, but very importantly in actually turning out to vote, because I think that's the issue here. How do we increase voting engagement? Because if we do nothing, within a decade we could face a situation where half the population are simply not turning out to vote. And I think that has terrible consequences for our democracy. So on that point I'll finish, because I think I've made my points. But I really hope that members of this House who are in doubt about this, who feel that we could kick this into the long grass, that they will ask themselves, do they really feel they want to walk into those schools after this debate and tell young people that they've denied them the vote?
Mike Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Can I congratulate the member for Totnes on her speech and say I agree absolutely with what she said. I will also be supporting votes for 16 and 17-year-olds and the position put forward by my front bench. But I also wish to move the two amendments 51 and 52 in my name. 51 relates to a serious anomaly in our current position with regard to European Union citizens living in the United Kingdom. And Amendment 52 relates to a further anomaly with regard to British citizens living elsewhere in the European Union. On Amendment 51, as things stand, if you are a citizen of Malta, which is a European Union country, or Cyprus, which is a European Union country, or the Republic of Ireland, which is a European Union country, you can vote in the proposed referendum with regard to the future of the United Kingdom in the European Union. You can do so because, in the case of Malta and Cyprus, they are also in the Commonwealth. You can do so in the case of the Republic of Ireland because it was once a British colony and there are complications with regard to Northern Ireland if you had a situation where they couldn't. Historical reasons. And we have, in our parliamentary franchise, we allow citizens of those three countries and all other Commonwealth citizens in the United Kingdom to vote in the election. I give way at this moment.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Would you agree there is a very valid reason for extending the franchise to members of the Commonwealth, and that is the fact that many citizens of those countries fought and spilt blood in defence of the freedoms that we enjoy, and that gives them a unique entitlement to vote.
Can I say to the honourable member, I will not get diverted at this moment into this argument, but I have constituents and friends who are Poles, whose parents and grandparents fought with the British. I have constituents who fought, who had relatives who fought with the resistance, with the left in Italy and in France against fascism and Nazism. And I also have friends from other European countries. So you can't use that argument, I'm afraid. I give way to normal.
The member makes an excellent point. Can I say that in Scotland we have an excellent Polish community, for instance, a huge Polish community from the war who fought incredibly bravely, and a newer Polish community who are making a significant contribution to Scottish life. The member makes an excellent point.
Thank you. On the question of the European Union citizens, there is a very good organisation called New Europeans. and I was privileged to be involved when they launched exactly 2 years ago on the 18th of June 2013 in the Boothroyd Room, and I spoke at that launch. It brings together European Union citizens living in the United Kingdom. And New Europeans have just sent a letter to the Prime Minister, and signed by a large number, I will not list all the people who signed it, but Nishon Zhigozyan from Bulgaria, Monika Klacic from Poland, Anastasios Vorexakis from Greece, and Dean Domitrovich from Croatia were the four main signatories. It was signed by a representative of each of the other European Union countries resident in the United Kingdom. These are, in a moment, these are people who are paying taxes, are studying, are working, are living here. Many of them have children born here. We have a situation, and this came in a moment, we have a situation where, in my election campaign in the recent general election, I met on the street a couple. He was British, she was French. She has been living in this country for many years. They have children at the school in my constituency. They have a position whereby in the referendum one of them will have a vote and the other will not. We have the interesting scenario of Commonwealth citizens can vote. If you are from Jamaica, you can vote in this referendum. If you are from India, if you are from Bangladesh. But if you are from Italy or Spain, living in the UK, perhaps longer than the people who are living here from those European countries, you cannot vote. And the interesting point about this is, in a moment, I came across, in that election campaign, a man who stopped me on the street and said, "I'm not sure if I can vote." And I said, "Well, what is your nationality?" And he said, "Well, I'm actually an Italian citizen." And I said, "Well, in that case, you won't be able to vote in this election." But he said, "Originally, I'm from Bangladesh and I have dual citizenship." So I then said to him, "Well, in that case, you can vote." So this Italian man with a Bangladeshi joint citizenship, he can vote. But if he was a Somali with Italian citizenship, he couldn't vote. If he was somebody in a similar position who had come to this country in similar circumstances, originally as a migrant or an asylum seeker who had got nationality of another EU state, perhaps Sweden, perhaps the Netherlands, he could not vote. But if he had come from a Commonwealth country in such circumstances, then he could vote. This is the absurdity. I will give way to all in turn. My friend here was first.
I'm most grateful to my friend for giving way, and can I congratulate him on his pronunciation of all those names, which is very good. The brilliant speech from the Honourable Member for Totnes talked about sending out a message, and if we do not accept what he says in his amendment, and I have signed his amendment, I support it, I support the amendment of the Scottish National Party. It's about sending a message that those who come to this country, who pay their taxes, ought to have the same franchise and be allowed to vote in the same way as everyone else.
Well, thank you. I take that point completely. And the letter from the New Europeans, which was sent to the Prime Minister, actually points out that it is unfair to have discrimination against some EU citizens and not others by not allowing so many of us to vote. Those were the exact words. I give way to the Honourable Leigh.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Member giving way, but the Honourable Member for Wolverhampton South East read out a very powerful list of other European countries that apply exactly the same criteria. And I speak as the child of an EU citizen who does not vote. My mother does not vote. She chooses to retain her nationality and her citizenship in the Netherlands where she was born. having lived in this country for many, many years. And ultimately, it is a decision for those individuals about where their citizenship is. And if they wish to become a British citizen, they can exercise the franchise here.
That is true, they can. But there is still the anomaly, which is not dealt with by what she has said or what my honourable friend from the front bench also said. We do allow some EU citizens to vote in our elections. It isn't a blanket ban on all European Union citizens, because if you are a Cypriot, you can vote. If you are a Greek Cypriot, you can vote. But if you are a Greek, you cannot vote. And this is the anomaly that we have. I give way to the honourable member.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm very happy to have added my name to his amendment. I just wonder whether, in discussions with his front bench spokesman, what they're able to say to him in terms of the reasons why they would not support his very, very sensible amendment.
I let my colleagues on the front bench speak for themselves. I won't take words and interpret. They have to speak for themselves. I am putting forward a position which is also linked to my other amendment, which relates to British citizens living in other EU countries. Yes, I'll give way.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He is making a very powerful case for the amendment that he has put down. But given that he's making the argument for people not differentiating between people of different nationalities, basically they're resident here, pay taxes, why stop at EU citizens then? Why not for other citizens more widely across the world who also are resident here and pay taxes, who will be affected by the decision? What's his argument against that?
I can see that argument, but this is a referendum about the European Union. And I agree that the people in the United States, people in other parts of the world are affected. But we already allow, in our elections, a very large proportion of people who who come from countries elsewhere in the world and live here because of Commonwealth. You know, we have there are large numbers of British people living in other countries, and there are large numbers of Commonwealth citizens living in the United Kingdom, many of who have not changed to have British citizenship. Whether they came from Pakistan or India or Australia, there are large numbers, or Canada, there are large numbers of people living in the United Kingdom who can vote in our parliamentary elections. So I give way for your
I appreciate what his point is making, and I appreciate he's setting out the complexities of our current system of eligibility in the voting system, whether that's for the potential European referendum vote or whether for the general election. I'm interested in his point, but what I wanted to ask was, when it comes to contribution, furthering the point of the member for Leicester East, does he have an idea of, when it comes to paying taxation, how long that period of contribution should be? Should it be 5 years, 10 years, or should it come in immediately? I'm just very interested to know.
That is not a matter I can answer at this stage. I do think we do have residence rules with regard to people's eligibility for voting, and I think that there should not be discrimination against European Union citizens from one country compared with those who are also from the Commonwealth countries which are in the European Union. That's the essence of my point. I think the standard should be the same. The point I'm making here, this amendment would allow those people who are EU citizens living in the United Kingdom, perhaps with children in schools or in universities, perhaps people who've been living here for many years, making a contribution, whether they are directors of companies or accountants or traders in the City of London or taxi drivers, or as yesterday I was taken to the climate change event on the South Bank on Lambeth Bridge by a rickshaw which was pedalled by a Polish guy who's been living in London for many years, working as a rickshaw driver. And so there are many people making a contribution in British society, and yet their future could be seriously affected by this referendum. If we leave the European Union, what happens to the rights of those people, with many of them with families and children born in this country, to stay in our country? Therefore, this referendum has enormous implications for them and their families. And at the same time, it also has huge implications for the 2.2 million British people living elsewhere in the European Union. And that is what my Amendment 52 is about. And the two amendments are both balanced, really, because there are 2.3 million EU citizens living in the UK, there are 2.2 million British citizens living in the other 27 countries of the European Union. Now, the demographic is a bit different. The people who are living here are younger, they are paying taxes, they are working. Many of the British citizens, not all of them, but quite a large number, living in Spain or France or other places. And I've today received emails from Crete, from Germany, from other countries, people saying that they believe that their voice should be heard. And what is interesting is, of course, you can register to vote if you live abroad. The present restriction is that if you have lived in any other country as a British citizen up to 15 years, you have a right to register as an overseas voter. Very few people do. And the political parties have made efforts, but many people don't vote, don't register to vote. But if you've lived more than 15 years, you are not able to vote in a UK election. You're not eligible to register to do so. Now, I'm somebody who studies the manifestos that people fight general elections on. And I came across a paragraph in the Conservative Party's election manifesto, which says, "We will complete the electoral register by working to include more of the 5 million Britons who live abroad. We will introduce votes for life, scrapping the rule that bars British citizens who have lived abroad for more than 15 years from voting." Now, that is in the Conservative manifesto, and it was mentioned in the Queen's speech. And yet, the government are proposing a referendum which is not consistent with their own elected policy. I'm a bit perplexed by this, and perhaps the Minister, when he responds, can explain why they believe that they want to change the law and they want to allow people in future general elections, presumably, and probably in local elections, to have votes irrespective of how long they've lived abroad. And yet they are not going to allow those people living abroad, the 2.2 million in the EU, of which a significant number have lived in Spain or France or elsewhere for more than 15 years, not allowing them to have a vote in a referendum which is going to be vital for their future. There is an organisation which represents Labour Party supporters who live in other countries. It's called Labour International. It is affiliated to the Labour Party and it sends people to our annual conference. Other parties have similar organisations. I know there is an equivalent Conservative one. Labour International this week has sent an email, and I am going to quote from it, to the General Secretary of the Labour Party. And in the middle of it, it quotes one of their members who says, "The in-out referendum has the very real and very frightening possibility of making me an illegal immigrant overnight. How are you going to get the government to protect me, my family and friends, should the electorate turn their back on Europe? What will happen to my rights under the Freedom of Movement clause? What about my job, my pension, my health care, my property? Will I be able to or forced to claim political asylum? Will I be compensated for losses? Who is making our voice heard in the UK? The list of questions just grows and grows along with my insomnia." There are people, maybe people who went to Spain 25, 30 years ago, who are now extremely nervous about, in a moment, they are extremely nervous about their future. They are apprehensive that a decision will be taken in as little as 2 years' time, which will have an enormous impact on their status, their future, and their life, where they thought they were settled in another European country, and yet they will have no say over that decision because the British government, the Conservative government, believes that somehow their future can be put at risk by this referendum, and yet they, as British citizens living in other European Union countries, will have no democratic voice because they have lived there more than 15 years. I give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful. He's making a very powerful case, and that email itself makes a very powerful case. But can I gently remind him, first of all, that it was the previous Labour government which he supported, which actually introduced the 15-year limit. And secondly, can I assume from everything he said that he will be supporting the proposal he read out from the Conservative manifesto to extend the limit for life beyond 15 years when it comes before this House?
Well, there is no proposal.
Before the honourable gentleman responds, I think intervention is supposed to be a single point. And when I hear the word "and secondly," I begin to get a bit concerned about it. Please do keep interventions as brief as possible. Mike Gates.
Thank you. There is no proposal from the government, and that is why I'm exploring in my amendment exactly what the government's position is. And it is unclear to me why they believe that British citizens living in a European Union country 15 years and 1 month should not have a democratic right when those living there 14 years and 11 months don't. And this is an argument for all parties. And I'm just raising the democratic principles here. A referendum is going to happen which is going to have profound impact on British citizens and their families living in other European countries, and it is also going to have a profound impact on British-born children, people in this country from European Union backgrounds from other countries, married to or working with or employing British citizens in this country. Yet in neither case will those people have a voice in this debate. And I believe these are serious democratic anomalies and they need to be dealt with, if not today, then by the other place when they come to consider these matters. I give way to the honourable member.
Is the honourable gentleman therefore restating his opposition in principle to having a referendum and allowing the British people to have their say? I thought the Labour Party finally did a U-turn and walked through the lobbies with us the other week.
It's a pity the honourable member wasn't here on Tuesday to hear my response to another intervention by one of his colleagues. I won't repeat it now. My views on a referendum are well known. They are the same as Margaret Thatcher's and Clement Attlee's, and if he reads the Hansard for Tuesday, he'll get the whole quote. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the honourable member. Thank you very much. Would he also consider that some of those that miss out, who are impacted when votes occur, are during general elections? And what this side of the House is seeking to achieve is to ensure that the rules are completely consistent. And therefore those that vote in general elections, indeed voted for this referendum, are the same people that would vote when it comes to decide whether to stay in the European Union.
Yeah, but the problem with that argument is that his party agreed to a local government and European Union model franchise for the Scottish referendum. European Union citizens were allowed to vote living in the Glasgow and Edinburgh, were allowed to vote in the referendum that took place in 2014. Yet European Union citizens living in London will, although they'll be able to vote in the mayoral election next year, will not be allowed to vote in the referendum, which will have profound impact on whether they can continue to live in London and whether their families can still be here after a referendum in 2016 or 2017 to do with membership of the European Union. There is an anomaly here, and the government needs to get real about the problem and the potential damage it will cause to the presence of people who are of benefit to our country and to our own citizens in European Union countries. Mr. Howard, I don't wish to prolong this any longer. I've made my point. I'm happy to take another intervention before I conclude. If you know, right. The situation is very clear. Both sides of this House need to look very carefully at the implications for the future of our country and our citizens and those people who are resident here from this referendum. The referendum is going to happen, and it needs to be seen to be fair, and it also needs to be seen to be in the interests of our country that we get the best possible result. I give way.
Sorry. Surely the honourable gentleman recognises that one way to guarantee a referendum will not be seen to be fair is to change the rules around the franchise from those that apply when the honourable gentleman was elected, when all of us were elected only a few weeks ago.
But the choice is clear. We could have a local government franchise which would allow the European Union citizens to vote, as they did in the Scottish referendum or in the Mayor of London or the local council elections. Or we can have the restrictive franchise which he's proposing. That is a very clear choice. On the wider question, I am quoting the manifesto of the Conservative Party, where it said that they would extend the franchise to a longer period for British citizens living abroad, and yet mysteriously, and perhaps the Minister will explain why, it is not in this bill. Final.
Yes. Thank you. I thank the honourable member greatly for giving way, because this is, again, a point that I would like to make. Does the honourable member think that the EU referendum bill is a local matter or a national matter? If he thinks it's a local matter, would he not seek to apply local laws of mandate to it? And if he thinks it's a national matter, would he not seek to apply the electoral mandate that is traditional in this country at national elections?
This bill is actually more than a local or national matter. It is a bill with wide-ranging international implications, and before he puts his hands up in the air, he should note that in the European Parliament elections, European Union citizens living in the UK can vote for members of the European Parliament in this country. And therefore, given the wide ramifications for our relations with our partners in other European countries and the mingling of peoples and the movement of peoples and investment, which is an inevitable consequence of a 500 million population European Union, there are enormous interests of many British people and their families in having a say in this proposal, but it is not being allowed to many of them at this moment. Finally, this is the final intervention.
I am very grateful. The members opposite liken this argument to arguments around local government. However, the Scottish referendum was based on a franchise of 16 and also European citizens voting, and that could be scarcely more profound, could it? Yeah. Concerned with the very union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
I absolutely agree. I will conclude my remarks there and just hope that both front benches are listening to the points I've made, because the voice of the European Union citizens living in the UK and the voice of British people living elsewhere in the European Union needs to be heard in this debate.
Anne-May.
Chairman, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to follow the member for Ilford South, but I found his arguments somewhat confused and wide-ranging. Perhaps I'd like to remind him the reason we have a Conservative government is because a Conservative manifesto promised the people that if we had a Conservative-led government, they would have a referendum. And up until that point, and that was decided on by the current franchise of 18-year-olds plus, and those 18-year-olds plus voted to have a Conservative government, and I like saying that, a Conservative government, so that we could then give those 18-year-olds plus a choice on their future in Europe. And as someone who is in her late 50s, I am sorry to say,
Never.
so kind, I would like to remind the benches opposite that up until this moment, you, sir, the leader of the opposition, wanted to deny me, in my 50s, a choice on the future of my country. So I'm glad there's been this Damascenes conversion, to allowing people of all ages, including myself, to have a choice that I never had those 44 years ago. That we now have a choice on the future of our country. But to muddy the waters with, as the Honourable Member for Ilford South said, bringing every person that could potentially be affected by being in this country at the very time of a referendum and trying to make the franchise so wide. Can I just make a little progress? Because I think Scotland has made a lot of comments in this debate. And I'm pleased that Scotland had its own referendum, and I'm pleased that Scotland had its own referendum under its own rules, because that was devolved as such. But we are not devolved. We have a franchise, and I would like to stick with it. Which is why I would like to say to the Honourable Member for Totnes, I fully disagree with the points that she made. I understand the passion with which she made them, but I do not believe this is the time to have them, because I think the franchise that we had, the electorate that decided that we would actually have this choice, should now have the right to exercise the choice that it has voted to have. And the member opposite who made his argument about why we should have people on the franchise at 16 is because we get them into good habits, but then made the confused argument, in my view, that at 18 to 25 they dropped into bad habits because they went off to university, or they got married, or they moved away, or they went in gap years travelling. The same 16-year-olds would eventually become 18-year-olds and would then have the same chaotic approach to voting that he seemed to describe. So I don't agree that it somehow is a time to make the point that we will get 16-year-olds into good habits that they will continue for the rest of their lives. I would like to say that we should be putting our energies in now, because it is going to be a relatively short time before we have this momentous referendum that I have wanted to have for a significant period of time, and that I would have been absolutely hugely disappointed, because a Labour government up until now would have denied me that choice. I'd have gone to my grave, I'm sure, without ever having it. Therefore, I would like to say that we stick with the franchise that we've got, and the very good reasons and efforts that people have said that they want it to be a recognised choice. They want it to be a momentous decision. 18's not so old past 16 to say that they are not going to be the ones that are going to have the future that my honourable friend for Totnes was saying. They are going to have that future as well. And I would say we should be making the effort to engage the 18 to 25-year-olds. We should be making the effort to make the turnout. I mean, in St Albans we had a very high turnout. I will give way.
There was a study by the University of Edinburgh that showed if you engage at the age of 16, it increases the chances of being engaged from 18 to 24. And that is one of the many reasons why we should have votes at 16.
And I respect the rights of the Scottish people to make those conclusions, but I'm making the conclusions that we need to look at why in so many of our constituencies, and perhaps he'd like to tell me the turnout in his constituency on a further intervention, why the turnout is so low. Why is it the weather affects the turnout? I shall take the intervention.
The turnout in my constituency was 72%, which was significantly higher than the turnout across the UK, as indeed was the turnout in every Scottish constituency. Thank you.
Well, I congratulate him. It is lower than my turnout in my constituency, but I congratulate him. Having said that, many members will know that in their own constituencies the turnout, particularly even in local elections, is woefully low. The turnout amongst young people is woefully low. And I did 10 hustings, I'm sure he did 110, but even so, I can tell you many young people spoke to me and said those who were able to vote, they didn't know enough. And though that I do agree with my honourable friend for Totnes, we need to make sure that information is got across. We do not have the mechanisms at the moment to get the information to enough young people in a way that I would like to have. I do not believe now is the time to be considering removing the franchise and making it down to 16, 17 to 18. We need to put our energies and efforts into the 18 plus. I also, in my intervention, made the point that we do have things that you can do at 16. Mr Chairman, we do have things that we can do. We have a lot of things that we can't do. And I know the Honourable Member for Huddersfield made some comments, but I think they've been somewhat misinterpreted by the House. I think the point he was trying to make is that we protect young people from a lot of things. He happened to choose child and sexual abuse. But we protect young people from a lot of things. If your young person, Mr. Chairman, gets involved in some bad group, bad lot, and eventually goes down the criminal path, we treat them in a way that accepts their youth in law. We treat them in a way that protects them. We treat them in a way that hopes that they will learn the error of their ways before they enter the adult world of extremely serious consequences. We do that in a lot of things with young people. We try to protect them from the evils of smoking and drugs and drink. And even in terms of marriage, which I know is different in Scotland before somebody bounces up and down to tell me so, we actually say a young person still needs parental permission in our country to get married at the age of 16, which I would suggest is a very young age to be getting married. And so my views would be that now is not the time, in an amendment and in a bill as important as this, to be deciding that we have to review the whole of the franchise. And I don't accept it's infantilising young people to treat them as what they are, is young people, pre-18, when the full weight and consequences of the law falls upon them. And I would also point out to the honourable member opposite that you could pay tax age 3 if you happen to be a child star. It has nothing to do with age. So let's leave that one out. So taxation and representation is somewhat of a misnomer. What we say is that young people are protected, and so what we need to say is why those young people of 18 but now considered adults, they can leave school, they can leave full-time education, they can enter the world of work. They lose that protection of that twilight era between a very young child and a young adolescent and a young adult. And what we certainly shall.
On the issue of protection, has she considered also the question around the electoral roll and electoral data and who that should be made available to? During the general election, we all had access to the data in order to ensure that we provided materials, but that data could be used in other ways by marketing companies to 16, 17-year-olds. How does she ensure that we look at the way the roll is used sensibly and not used for damaging purposes?
Well, he makes a very valid point, and whereas I'm sure I shall be chided if I go down that route, because that's not within the remit of the amendments we're looking at. And it is something that would have to be discussed if we were to look at the franchise. And I don't think we should be picking and choosing franchise. I know Scotland did for the referendum, but my point is that at the moment we have a franchise of 18 that elected 18 plus, that elected this government and asked this government to deliver it a referendum. And that is who I believe should then get to vote in the referendum. And I think it is as simple as that. And the other thing I think we've got to say is as well, is if we are going to start treading in these waters of saying 16-year-olds, I think the point has been made in more places in this House as well. Why not 15-year-olds? Why not 14-year-olds? I mean, where do we pick this arbitrary amount? Because Scotland went down the 16-year-old route. Does that make it the right one? I think at the moment we have... I think I mentioned the word Scotland, but I shall give way to the lady.
Thank you very much for giving way. Would it not strike the honourable lady that whenever franchises have been extended in this country, whether it be from 21 to 18, or indeed allowing women the franchise, arguments such as that about capacity and about the ability to vote have always been made, but yet the franchise has gone down and more people have participated, and that has been a good thing for democracy?
Well, the honourable lady has just made my point. My point is then, why not any age? The honourable lady has exactly made the point. We choose ages for a reason. And I accept the franchise of age. In fact, I was one of the first generation to be voting 18. I'm sure my father thought I was barking mad and shouldn't run a whelk stall. But the point is we made a decision. And that decision, I think, has shown and stood us in good stead. But we have to face into the fact that 18 to 24-year-olds are not exercising that franchise. And moving the franchise inexorably downwards, as the honourable lady seems to think is a good idea, does not necessarily mean that we get better political engagement, debate, or even consequences as a result of the voting. And so for the honourable member for Ilford South, who seem to feel that the franchise should, for this particular referendum, should affect everyone who may or may not feel they're affected by being in the country as a result of their EU membership, I disagree. I profoundly disagree. This is about the self-determination of our country and how we see our place within Europe. Something I have never voted on and I wish to vote on. Something I'm pleased the public have been offered now. I certainly shall give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you for giving way. Would the honourable lady agree with me that the official opposition having a view on the details now is extremely rich, given that they were seemingly uninterested in the basic question for many years?
Yeah. Well, lady, it reinforces the point I started my speech with, is that up until this very moment, the party opposite did not wish us to have this debate at all. And suddenly it's coming up with a whole load of detail that it feels is crucial to having the debate. I suspect it's because, and this is where there is some political facts, figures and investigations into this, it suspects that the younger generation is more likely to remain in. I suspect it's a political opportunism that they're looking to move the franchise, rather than the larger debate we should all have at some point in the future of whether we agree that the franchise is currently pitched at the right age. And so I would say, let's park political opportunism, welcome the fact that the benches opposites want to give us old birds, so to speak, an actual vote at long last. But let's keep the franchise where it is. It has stood us in good stead. And in any efforts and bluster, certainly shall give way to the honourable gentleman who does not bluster.
Yeah. I missed that last comment. May I thank the honourable lady for giving way? Just to be clear, she keeps saying the bench is opposite. There are some of us who've been calling for a referendum on this subject for many, many years, when indeed it was in the Liberal Democrat manifesto in 2010. It's just the front bench took a bit of time to get to where some of us were.
The right honourable gentleman, absolutely right, and I forgive my comments. They are absolutely true. We have many friends on both benches that have wanted to have a referendum. And I accept his principle is that he is a firm and staunch European, but he wants to have the referendum to give the choice, with the choice being, in his view, to stay in. And he has colleagues who share that view and others who share the opposite view. So I'm prepared to be corrected by the right honourable gentleman, who is absolutely staunch in his views. And the right honourable gentleman is absolutely right. In fact, I have that poster on my wall. We are the only party who will give a true referendum. I think we were mentioning the Lisbon Treaty and playing games with it at the time, but it is the Nick Clegg, the former member, former leader of the Liberal Democrats, who is on my wall in my office and has been there, as the ones that are wanting to give us a true referendum. I shall certainly give way to them.
She said that her father might have thought she was eccentric, voting at the age of 18 when she was first allowed to do so. The fact that she has a poster of Nick Clegg on her wall seems to add to her father's. Does the honourable lady need some help in this matter?
First of all, I think the honourable gentleman's referring to the right honourable gentleman for Sheffield Hallam, and I really do hope that we're not going to spend a great time talking about the artistic merit of what hangs on the honourable lady's wall. And me.
No, I've been gently chided, obviously, from going down that route. The point was a referendum is something that's rattled around for a considerable period of time, and we are now having one, thanks to the fact that we have a Conservative government who has promised to deliver a referendum, and deliver it we shall. And I do not wish to muddy the waters now, today, on an amendment in something so vital, so important, so longed for, by trying to move the franchise down to the age of 16, 17. And I'm going to conclude my remarks by saying I look forward to as much effort and energy as can possibly be given in all sides to ensuring that those people who have the franchise currently exercise it. That will be the best way to ensure that we get a vote that represents the true wishes of the people of this country, and indeed those people of 18 will be living with the consequences for a very long time, just as those of us in our 50s have lived with the consequences of what our parents chose for us. And so I believe we should stick with the franchise at the age of 18. We should not today be putting something so momentous as 16 to 17-year-olds on this amendment. It may be for another day, and all the implications that the honourable gentleman for Ilford South mentioned could be discussed at that point about who we want to vote in our country at general elections rather than at local elections. And that is an important thing, but it's not for today. And I should be voting with the government on this matter today to not support this new amendment.
Tom Brake.
Thank you, Mr Howard. And I rise to speak in favour of Amendment 51, 1 and 2, and indeed Amendment 18. Having been advised that the lead amendment would be 51, I put my name to that, but I'm very happy to support 18 as well, which seeks to achieve the same thing in relation to EU citizens being able to vote. First of all, briefly on the subject of votes at 16 and 17. I think the Scottish referendum has demonstrated convincingly that 16 and 17-year-olds are interested in politics, and when there is a vote of substance, they will want to take part in that. And I think they have demonstrated, I would have thought convincingly to the House as a whole, that they should be entitled to vote. And certainly that is something that The Liberal Democrats, we have pursued vigorously for many years. My honourable the member for Bristol West, Stephen Williams, indeed pursued this in the last Parliament and ensured that the House actually voted in favour of votes at 16. Of course, it wasn't legislated on because it's not something that the Conservatives would agree to in the coalition. My friend in the other place, Lord Tyler, has also, my friend Lord Tyler has also pursued the issue through a private member's bill in the other place, calling for votes at 16 for all elections and indeed referenda. I'm very happy to give way.
The honourable gentleman takes a snipe at the Conservative Party being within the coalition and refusing to take certain decisions, but the Liberal Democrats refused to give us a referendum on Europe in the last Parliament, which is why we're having to have the referendum in this Parliament. So it's hardly fair to be able to make those assumptions when his party at heart has always been against a referendum in Europe, certainly after 2010.
Well, he will know that that is not in fact the case because, of course, in the last government we legislated to allow a referendum to take place if there was any substantial transfer of powers or proposal for transferring powers away from the UK to the EU. There is one final reason why I think 16 and 17-year-olds should be given the vote in this referendum, and others have referred to it. The fact is that if the UK votes to come out of the EU, it will be a one-way street. If we choose Brexit rather than Remain, there will be no readmission. What does that mean for 16 and 17-year-olds? Their options for living, working, travelling, studying abroad are curtailed. Their horizons are restricted, their futures diminished. They have a right to have their say in a referendum which, if the UK votes to leave the EU, will have such a long-lasting and damaging impact on their life chances. And I think we, in this place, should be giving them that right. Now, in relation to the franchise for EU citizens, there are currently 2.3 million citizens of other European member states who live and work in the United Kingdom. In the regional and local elections that will be held across Britain and Northern Ireland next year, all EU citizens living in the UK will be entitled to vote, and yet, as Clause 2 currently stands, EU citizens living in the UK will not be entitled to vote in the referendum. And in response to what was a point made by the Labour front bench, I don't think the fact that in other EU countries they have not allowed EU citizens to take part in similar referenda means that that is a path that the UK government should be following. So I said earlier that EU citizens will not be entitled to vote, but of course, as a number of members have said today, of course a number of EU citizens will be able to vote in the referendum because there is no consistency. So we have the citizens of Ireland, Cyprus and Malta living in the UK will indeed be able to vote in the referendum, but citizens from all other EU member states will not be able to. And of course, as the member for Ilford South said, it is very clear that non-British EU citizens living in the UK have a very big stake in this election. If Britain leaves the EU, these men and women will still be EU citizens, unlike their UK counterparts who will use their EU citizenship rights, but they will no longer have the automatic right to live and work in the UK. We should also remember that non-British citizens have the right to vote and to stand in regional and local elections. There are many examples of European citizens playing a leading representative role in our democracy, and as the SNP will know, of course, one of the best-known cases is the French-born Christian Allard, the SNP MSP for North East Scotland. And I think it would be disgrace if he was not allowed to vote in the EU referendum. Do we really want to say to EU citizens who make such an outstanding contribution to democratic life in the UK, you are good enough to represent us in the Scottish Parliament, in the Greater London Authority as our local councillor or local mayor, but you are not good enough to have a say in an EU referendum? Do we really want to say to, I will in a second, do we really want to say to EU citizens, you're good enough to invest in Britain, set up a business here, pay your taxes here, contribute to our communities here, but we don't want your voices to be heard in the referendum? Do we really have the chutzpah to go to EU citizens next year when all the political parties in this place will be competing for the votes of EU citizens in next year's local and regional elections and say, sorry, we didn't give you the vote in the EU referendum, but please give us your vote now so that we can represent you? I'm happy to give way.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. If you follow the corollary of his argument, he's probably advocating the abolition of the distinctions between
the register for local government elections and for Westminster and for European elections. Is that actually at the heart of what the honourable gentleman is saying? Whilst on my feet, could I just stress to him that this is not a qualitative position. We're not saying people are either good enough or not good enough. It's whether it is right or not.
Yeah. I certainly agree with...
Whilst I'm on my feet is almost the same as saying, and secondly, and it's a single point. Tom Brake.
Well, I certainly agree with him on the latter point, if I can respond to just one of the points that he made, and it is about what is right and what is wrong, and I think there are some on this side of the House who believe that it is right to give EU citizens the right to vote in the referendum, and clearly on that side most, if indeed possibly all, don't think that is right. I'm going to make a little more progress. Most important of all, of course, EU citizens are themselves mobilising and demanding the vote. A former member of this House, who I knew quite well as he was represented a constituency very close to mine, Roger Casali, himself an Italian by origin, has set up an organisation which was referred to by the member for Ilford South called New Europeans, who are ensuring that EU citizens living in the UK have their voices heard, and they are indeed celebrating their second birthday today, so I wish them happy birthday. On Tuesday, he and fellow members of the New Europeans visited the House of Commons during the first committee day of the EU referendum debate to speak to MPs about the issue of the franchise in the EU election. And we've already heard the names of many of those attendees, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce their names and surnames. That was well done earlier by the member for Ilford South. EU citizens in Scotland had the right to vote in the referendum and may have helped to keep Scotland part of the United Kingdom by voting no to the breakup of the United Kingdom. Many EU citizens living in the UK now demand the right to vote in the EU referendum to keep Britain in Europe. Would we have argued that the independence referendum in Scotland was illegitimate if it was won by such a narrow margin as to make the votes of EU citizens there decisive in the outcome? If not, why should we deny EU citizens the vote in the EU referendum, fearing that the outcome of the vote might depend on them? I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you for giving way. On this specific point, surely, as we all know, rightly or wrongly, many of the people who would vote to leave the European Union would do so because of the perceived issue of the number of people coming into the country. And if we were to vote to stay in as a result specifically of the votes of European citizens, would that not be inflammatory to many millions of people who had voted no?
Well, I will let him speculate on that, but what clearly is inflammatory is that there are 2.3 million EU citizens who live here who are not going to be able to take part, if the government has its way, in a referendum which is going to have a very, very significant impact on them and their children. And I think that is something that the government disregards at its peril. But this is exactly the argument that many honourable members opposite have made to deny the EU citizens the vote. It's a tactical argument, a political argument, which says we want the referendum to be won in terms of coming out of the EU, but we want that with the votes of British citizens alone. And of course that is not, we know, there is no consistency, in fact, in who can vote in this election, because clearly it's not only British citizens. In fact, citizens from 73 nationalities will be able to vote in the referendum, thanks to their Commonwealth being members of Commonwealth countries. Members of 3 other EU states will also be able to vote alongside British and Commonwealth citizens, but citizens from the other 24 member states of the EU will not have the vote on the current parliamentary franchise. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman and welcome his mention of consistency. Perhaps the honourable gentleman could remind the House what he did as Deputy Leader of this House until a few weeks ago to try to extend the parliamentary franchise to include all European Union electors.
I thank him for that intervention. I suspect that given the ferocity with which the party is opposing any proposed extension, there would not have been much point me trying to pursue that as Deputy Leader. And yet EU citizens in the UK are the group whose future will be most affected by the outcome of the vote, as well as, of course, 16 and 17-year-olds, as the Honourable Lady for Totnes said earlier, EU citizens in the UK are demanding the vote. For too long, I think we in this place have not listened to the voice of EU citizens in our communities, and I think that has to change. It is our policy to allow EU citizens to vote, and we call on other parties to follow suit. When we go to the polls next year in the regional and local elections, we will be held to account by over 2.3 million EU citizens in the UK for the actions that we take today. It is time to do the right thing and empower EU citizens by giving them the vote in the referendum. What better way to mark the second anniversary of New Europeans and to acknowledge the rights of the 2.3 million EU citizens they represent than to extend the franchise in the EU referendum to all EU citizens rather than just to some? Basing the EU referendum bill on the local election franchise and not the parliamentary franchise would achieve that. I commend these amendments to the House.
Chloe Smith.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Howard. And I rise to speak today on the amendments that are in this group about extending the franchise on age terms. I rise to speak as one who believes very passionately, and indeed has spoken before in this place and outside, that young people should have a place in our democracy. Doing nothing about the current position of young people in our democracy is no option at all, and I follow in that from the arguments that my honourable friend for Totnes has made. However, I shan't be supporting these amendments here today, and I'd like to explain why. I think we could look to Disraeli for telling us, as he has often done with quite some wisdom, that you can see two nations in one. And I do not mean two nations under one roof in the United Kingdom in this particular point. What I mean is to use his example to refer to whether there are two nations of the older and the younger voters. And his original point about there being two nations was that they may as well have been dwellers in different zones or on different planets, that they had so little sympathy in each other's positions. And you might be drawn to think this from the relative turnout figures for older voters and younger voters. You will know, Mr Howard, that at the 2010 election, which is the last one for which we, I believe, have the complete figures, the average rate of voting was around 65%. The rate for those pensioners at that time was around 75%, and the rate for 18 to 24-year-olds at that time was around 44%. Going on incomplete data, which is what I understand we still have for the election just past, it is suggested that the turnout rate for 18 to 24s has just come down by 1 percentage point. There is one set of data that suggests that, although, as I say, I think that is incomplete. But the point is this. In the UK, we have a serious problem of youth turnout, low youth turnout. Indeed, we are the sick man of Europe, or indeed the world, on some of these counts. There are studies that suggest, allow me to finish my sentence, there are some studies which suggest that at that UK statistical level, we are hopelessly behind compared to other countries in Europe. There is a US, UK, Germany study on this point, and the same study shows that what you see shows that whilst young people turn out less than their elders in other countries, the US as a good example, in the UK the divergence is accelerating. That is a very serious problem. I'd be delighted to give way.
Really just on that point, if you compare the turnout of young people in our election just past, it's expected to be in the high 60s in comparison to just above 40% here. And I would lay that at the feet of the referendum. If you are looking at extending the franchise, a referendum means every single vote in the country counts. You will never inspire young people as much as with a referendum, because if they're in a safe seat, whether they agree or don't, their vote may not count. So a referendum is exactly the time to look at extending, or you are facing in a decade's time, your turnout will be pitiful.
I think the Honourable Lady is making a very good point, actually, about the nature of a referendum, although I think, if I've understood her correctly, I probably ought to balk at her references to there and here and you and we, and I think some points of division she was seeking to make. But she's broadly with me, I think, in the point I am making, which is that the UK as a whole, if you look at national elections on that definition has a problem, and we would all despair at that problem.
On the point she's making about referendum turnout, is she aware of the Electoral Commission study of the ICM poll which showed that when it comes to 18 to 24-year-olds at the recent Scottish referendum, the turnout was 54%. It was 75% for 16 to 17-year-olds, but many of those the study concluded were accompanied to the ballot boxes by their parents. So when actually they turned 18 and were independent, that's again slumped back down to 54%.
I'm going to attempt to draw these interventions together into these statistically based interventions together into a broader point, which is this: young people turn out to vote less than older people, and we should all be concerned about that. We are all in the business of looking for ways to improve that situation.
The Honourable Lady makes some good points, and I hope she'll join us in the lobbies tonight, unlike the Labour Party, who say they're for something and then don't actually vote for it. But on the point that the gentleman raised, what we found and what the study showed is that if you start voting at 16 and 17, you are more likely to continue, as the Electoral Reform Society have said, vote early and vote often.
The honourable gentleman makes a very sound point, and it is this: that voting is a habit that is formed early, and we ought to treat it as such. The question of the franchise, I think, is but one element of all that we should do to encourage young people to take an early interest in politics and to sustain that throughout their lifetimes. And I'm going to come on to some broader points that go around that. The point I would just like to make about the nature of young people's interest in politics compared to that of their elders is that we are seeing an evolution there. Some would like to argue that young people will simply become like their elders as they themselves get older. They make, in effect, a life cycle argument. And I think we should cease making those arguments. There is a lazy complacency available to us to say it's all going to be okay, they'll just start voting when they get married and get a mortgage and settle down. Now, to start with, we know perfectly well that getting a mortgage is increasingly hard as a young person, and that is part of another evolutionary change that we're seeing in our economy and our society. But what we're confronted with then is a generation, and I include myself in this generation, others in this House may choose to define themselves that way as well. We see in our generation a willingness to be involved in politics, but perhaps less of a willingness to be involved in traditional, formal politics. We see young people who choose to make their voices known using new technology, using new techniques, and being out there, rolling up their sleeves in community change. That is a very, very fine thing, and I think traditional politics has to adapt to that. So my first point is this, and I'd be delighted to give way once I've just summarised my first point, which is that we have to do a range of things to make traditional, formal politics adapt to a new generation.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. The point that she makes is a very good one about low turnout amongst younger voters. And I asked for her opinion on the possibility of extending this franchise to a younger group of people, and that actually having the effect of lowering the average turnout, because we will be extending it to a group of people who will also have a low propensity to be voting.
I think, unfortunately, mathematically, she may well be right. I'm endeavouring to keep this away from sort of the dry maths of it, but she could well be correct in that prediction. She returns me to the key point. We need to do more than only concern ourselves with the percentages and the turnout rates and the franchises to address this fuller problem. And on that note, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, because she's a great expert on these matters. The point has been made that it's not mutually contradictory to try and encourage 16 to 18-year-olds to vote and 18 to 24-year-olds to vote. Does she agree with me that on the evidence we have so far, it's actually mutually reinforcing that you are more likely to persuade lifelong voting by allowing people to vote before the age of 18 than waiting till they're after 18, because such fairly limited academic evidence as we've got suggests that that's the case?
Yes, I do agree with my honourable friend, and I think he's echoing the point made by the front bench on the other, the Scottish Nationalist front bench. I think the I think the question of what quality of evidence we have available to us is a difficult one in this particular debate. The nature of any evidence is going to be something like a poll of 16 or 17-year-olds to say, would you like this franchise? And they will express an opinion on that. My understanding of the evidence is that it's extremely mixed. I have seen polls of 16 and 17-year-olds being asked, would you like this franchise? And they say, yes, please. And I have also seen polls of a wider age group saying, would you like this franchise? Or would you have liked this franchise? And they say, no, we're not so sure because we think we might not be ready if they're younger than 16, or they say, well, we think we might not have been ready if they're older than that. And on that point, I give way to the honourable gentleman from Plaid Cymru.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady. One doesn't have to speculate about the effect of lowering the franchise to 16. One doesn't have to have musings from the other sides when one merely has to look at what happened in Scotland. Yeah.
I take that point, and if you'll allow me, I think the point still remains that the evidence is mixed. We have one very strong example, and Ruth Davidson, whose name has already been mentioned in this debate, is one Conservative, and I am another, who reflects positively on that experience and thinks it is something we should learn from. However, the other evidence in this arena is scant and of types that are very hard to pull in concretely. Yes.
Well, my honourable friend, thank you very much for allowing me to make a point back to the honourable member from Plaid Cymru here, because actually the evidence is not quite as clear as you suggest. The Scottish referendum was a simple yes-no question, and we know that simple yes-no questions attract higher turnouts of every age, and therefore the question as to whether 16 and 17-year-olds attracted a higher turnout or not is moot.
My honourable friend has placed me in a difficult position. I think he is responding to the gentleman over there. He will allow me to skip his intervention and try to return to my main remarks.
Sorry. Apologies.
No, I'm going to... if I may, Mr Howarth, can I suggest that these two honourable members sort themselves out later?
Has the honourable lady finished, or is she just... no. Well, in which case... Can I commend her on her amazing good sense?
I found, Mr Howarth, it's always good sense to try to stay on the right side of the chair, and I will do that. Let me return to the main point of my remarks. There are a number of things we need to do to address this question of youth engagement in politics. And I've already noted that there is high youth engagement in political activity. What there is not is high youth engagement in traditional politics, and that is one of the characteristics of the problem we've got here. If it were, in fact, the speaker in the chair, he would no doubt refer us to some of the work he has led on digital democracy, which is another aspect of what we have to look at here. There is more to this question than only the franchise and the age at which we enfranchise young people. So the franchise age is no silver bullet on its own. Yes.
Just really the combined points. Obviously, you are keen to see young people engaged. You talk about their broad interest in dynamic politics, not necessarily in party politics. And as the right honourable gentleman behind you points out, referenda do get a higher turnout. It is a simple question, and as I tried to say earlier, every single vote counts. She is in danger, or the party opposite are in danger of passing by the best opportunity to engage young people that we may have in a decade.
I thank her for her point, which I think is the point she was making earlier on, and I don't dispute that there is something special about the quality of referenda which gets people excited. That's a good thing, and in fact I'm delighted that we're having this referendum on the UK's membership of the European Union at all, and it is one of the things I was proud of in the Conservative Party manifesto, which allows us to engage people of any age in an important question for our country. However, I don't think that this particular vehicle is the one in which we should change the full attempt to change the full franchise. And I'm going to come on to that as my main argument here. Let me just say, first of all, when I was in the position of the honourable gentleman for Weston-super-Mare, one of the ministers here today, I have indeed stood at that dispatch box and demurred on this question of whether we should change the age of the franchise. And I, in that position, referred to mixed evidence, and I said at that time that I was not convinced of, on the basis of the evidence we had available to us, that we ought to alter the age of enfranchisement in this country. I've since changed my view, and I've since come round to believing that we should go to having votes at 16. And I've come to that view for a number of reasons. I've come to that view because there has been additional evidence come in from the Scottish referendum. And I've come to that view because I think it is such an important signal to send to young people to say that we welcome them into our democracy. As I've argued, it is no silver bullet, but it is a very important signal to make. I also endorse the work of the Tory Reform Group, which my honourable friend from Totnes and the Right Honourable Gentleman for Ashford have contributed to this week, and I've collaborated with them on that work. There is an important argument to be made from the Conservative benches in favour of enfranchising young people and engaging them in our politics. And let me make that Conservative argument briefly here now. It is that this generation, the youngest generation in our adult world today, is least interested in big redistributive schemes. It is most interested in welfare reform of the generations in our democracy today. It is most interested in enterprise. We have an opportunity in this party here today to make the Conservatives the home for young voters, and we should grab that opportunity with both hands. We have already made a good start. We are the party that has just won a national election on the basis of an improving economy, on the basis of jobs for young people, on the basis of some record youth employment figures, on the basis of fixing the debts of this country so that they do not fall on the heads of future generations, on the basis of helping young families with childcare, on the basis of putting the education in this country onto a stable footing that serves those young people for their future. We are the party of young people. We can be the party of young voters. However, this vehicle here in front of us today is not the one to do so. Let me explain why. Yes.
The honourable member seems to be making a case that 16 isn't too young to vote, but this referendum would be too soon to make that change. Rather than there being mixed evidence, is she not giving us a very mixed argument?
He very kindly brings me on to the main point that I need to make next, which is the nature of trying to make a change as important as this and as necessary as this through an ad hoc means. I'm arguing for a lasting change for young people in this country, not an ad hoc change, which is what is represented by doing it on a one-time referendum. As good as referenda are, they are by their very nature one-timers. Yes.
Thank you. I'm grateful for my honourable friend for giving way. I fully agree with my honourable friend that there is a strong argument for lowering the age for voting in this country, and I would very much welcome a full debate on this issue to take place in this place in due course. But I don't believe that the British public, who have waited over 40 years for a referendum on Europe, would give us, I'm not sure, to be fair, that they would forgive us for squabbling over the franchise at this point. Now, I do apologise, Chairman. Does my honourable friend agree that there needs to be a full and frank discussion about the enfranchisement of 16 and 17-year-olds in this place, but it has to be full and not rushed in the fullness of time? Thank you.
Mr. Howarth, my honourable friend is exactly right. We should do this properly, in short. And this bill is not the place to be able to do it properly. I'll give him one further chance on his...
I thank the honourable member for again giving me. In that case, then, why has the franchise been extended in relation to peers? So that now the only additional young voters we're going to get are 4 lords called young and 1 called younger. So the franchise is being altered for them specifically as a one-off. If it's okay to extend the franchise there, why not on the basis of 16 and 17-year-olds?
My answer to that, Mr. Howarth, as opposed to the Minister's answer, which he shall give to explain the full point, my answer to that is that if we are here agreed, as many of us are, on a cross-party basis, that we ought to look at ways to bring young people into our politics, we need to do that on a more permanent basis. I, for one, would not be happy to settle for doing so only on the ad hoc basis of a referendum. For that reason, and for the reasons that I brought earlier on into the debate of wanting to make sure this is good quality legislation, I will not be voting for the amendments put forward today, because I do not think they do it properly. And I'd like to refer back to the points made by my honourable friend for Edinburgh, who's since just left her place, but she referred us to the really important aspects of making sure the electoral register is robust so that we can have a robust jury service system. I also refer to the arguments put by my honourable friend for Kingswood, who says we should do this properly as a view of the age of majority. There are several very important points here that are not adequately dealt with by what is by its nature an ad hoc way of enfranchising 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds very swiftly. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, Mr. Houghton, for giving way. I think she's being a little too kind by using the phrase ad hoc. Actually, the phrase I think she's looking for is gerrymandered, because the sort of register that those who are advocating this amendment to the clause are actually talking about is trying to gerrymander a register in order to get a result that they want.
Mr. Howarth, he may think that. I couldn't possibly comment. But what I will comment on is the need to ensure that everybody of a suitable majority in this country has their chance to play their role in democracy. Defining a suitable majority is indeed a much bigger thing than we could possibly do by this amendment, and I do think the quality of the debate today has shown that. I shall give way to the right honourable gentleman and then that honourable gentleman.
Thank her for giving way. I wonder whether, given that she wants to deal with this in a holistic manner, whether she has spoken to her front bench and asked them whether, in fact, they would bring forward as an urgent matter a bill that would be able to deal with this in a holistic manner, and then the referendum will be able to take place with 16 and 17-year-olds voting.
Why didn't you do it?
I do have great respect for the honourable gentleman, having served alongside him on some of these matters in the last government. And I want to say, through my remarks here in this House today, to the front bench, in addition to whatever I may say to them privately, that this is a matter that we ought to return to in this House. There have been some very important issues raised in this debate, and my remarks, I hope, are serving to show that there is cross-party consensus on the need to involve young people in our democracy. I'm sure the front bench is listening very carefully to that. I give way over there.
To the honourable lady, and I'm listening very carefully to what she has to say, and I have a large degree of sympathy with her argument. But given the nature of the EU referendum, and certainly from her perspective, is so important, it's been one of those issues that has defined the Conservative Party's political agenda for at least the last 15 to 20 years. Doesn't she realise that by giving the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds, she's allowing them to take charge of their own destiny for the future, because these EU treaty rights will be theirs as well as hers?
The honourable gentleman rightly says that this is an important matter for the Conservative Party. I think he would also be forced to concede that the absence of this on his party's agenda has also been a defining matter for his party. I am delighted, I repeat, that we are in a position to have this referendum. I think it will be historic. I think it is wanted by many of my constituents and others. I could barely find a person, while speaking to plenty of constituents during the election campaign, who could comprehend the idea of being against having a referendum at all. I'm delighted, then, that we shall have that referendum. Let me go to the heart of the technical point that we should be discussing here in committee today. Clause 2.1 of this bill in front of us today gains its legitimacy from the parliamentary franchise. The words are there in the amendment. The change that we might wish to make should be made at source. If the legitimacy of holding a referendum derives from a franchise, we ought to change that franchise if we think that the change is the right thing to do, rather than do so on an ad hoc basis. Yeah.
The honourable lady makes another excellent point, and will she agree with me in noting that all throughout history, when this House has granted suffrage and extended the franchise, it has done so after full and robust debate, not in a last-ditch, shoehorned way at a committee stage such as this.
I think my honourable friend is with me in my argument. We should do this properly. There are some very important issues that have been raised. There are some extremely important consequential matters, such as the quality of our jury service, that should be dealt with as well. What I do today, Mr Howarth, is to call on the Minister then to review this issue. I do hope he will be able to take away from today's debate the nature of the cross-party support for enfranchising young people and for empowering them to take their rightful place in our democracy. If I may just take my cue from my honourable friend for Farron, neither she nor I would have been here under the franchise of some decades ago. It is important that we take, dare I say, a progressive stance on these matters. It is important that every party in this House considers how it can best encourage young people to take their rightful place in democracy. We cannot do that in a slapdash way. We must do that in a way that allows for every aspect of the Asian majority to be properly discussed. Yes?
Would the Honourable Lady not agree that, giving it reference to being ad hoc is really quite disingenuous? In Scotland, we saw a generation of people engaged, and I think any young person of 16 or 17-year-old watching this debate would hear lots of technical points, but I would consider it, would she not, a regressive step to have given the young people of Scotland the opportunity to engage in their nation's future. And we heard, certainly on these benches, from many young people who were so engaged south of the border, a regressive step and making them feel like they are losing out on a major opportunity.
Hear, hear.
The conjunction "and" is rather like second and third. And two ands is rather an and, at least one and, too far. Chloe Smith.
Mr Howard, thank you, and thank you for your patience whilst I'm conscious I've made some long remarks in this debate and taken plenty of interventions. I accept the point that the Honourable Lady has just put, and I think I share with her the desire to say to any young person watching today, we believe in your place in this place, we believe in your place in politics, we believe in your place in changing the world in which you live. I want to do that in a fundamental and lasting way, rather than in a temporary, one-time way, which is inevitably what a referendum might be. I am pleased to hear all the arguments built up of a case for change. I shan't take any more amendments. I just want to finish off to allow others to make fuller contributions to the debate. I'm delighted that there have been waymarkers in building up that case for young people to be properly involved in politics, in both community politics and, shall we say, traditional and formal politics. But my plea to the Minister is this. Will he take these issues away to review fully? Will he speak to his colleagues, perhaps those who will be in charge of bringing forward the legislation that will be needed to extend the enfranchisement for those overseas voters? Perhaps that is a future opportunity to return very shortly to these matters. Let's do this in a way that achieves fundamental and lasting and good quality change, and that can make us all proud to go back to young people in our constituency and across this country and say, you have your place in politics.
Louise Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if we're going to have this referendum, then we really should aspire to have the widest possible engagement in it. And I rise to support those various amendments that seek to extend the franchise to all of those people who are legally resident in this country over the age of 16. And to deal with the votes 16 first, clearly growing up is a process. Changing from a child to an adult is something that happens over time. But we have to, as a matter of administration, put legal definitions on things. And in this country, we confer rights and responsibilities upon people at different ages as they go through that process. At 16, you have the right to marry, the right to join the army. At 17, you can drive a car. At 18, you can buy a drink in a pub. Let me make some progress, and then I will take an intervention. So the question is, why 16? It's been raised. Why 16? Why not 17? Why not 15? Well, for my mind, The answer is this, that at 16, that is the age when they give you a number. You get your national insurance number at the age of 16, and you turn from being simply a member of the society to being a person who has a liability to contribute to the society. You reach, if you like, the age of economic majority. And that is why I believe that should be the age at which you're allowed to vote. Yes, I'll take an intervention.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I note the points that he's making, but this consistency argument just doesn't stack up. 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds can only marry with the permission of their parents. 16 and 17-year-olds cannot buy cigarettes. They cannot drink alcohol. If you're going down the consistency line, well, and are you is the honourable gentleman advocating extending the franchise or extending the age for those activities?
I would point out to the honourable lady, first of all, you can marry without consent at the age of 16 in Scotland.
Hear, hear.
And I think these trying to draw the illusion between cigarettes and alcohol is mischievous, to be honest. I think having the right to vote is an awful lot less dangerous than either the consumption of cigarettes or alcohol. And we should look for the widest possible and most generous interpretation. We live in a changing world. Let me make some progress now. We live in a changing world, and I think this chamber needs to be aware of the world in which it is. And there have been particular changes that relate to this debate over the last decade. There has been an information explosion in this country. People are more connected, more aware, more engaged than ever they have been. 16-year-olds are far more aware of what is going on in this world and in this country than many of their parents are. And to say that they do not have the right to make up their minds on things, I think, frankly, is to treat them with disrespect. As I said earlier this week, we should be making our policy on the basis of evidence, and we are indeed fortunate on this case, as in some others, to have direct evidence of what happens when you lower the voting age to 16 because of the experience of the Scottish referendum. And we saw there, let me explain what happened there and then you can ask me a question. We saw there a remarkable thing, that despite people being concerned that young people would want to vote, that they would be interested in it, we saw a 97% registration rate amongst 16 and 17-year-olds and 75% turnout in the referendum. Now, that was slightly lower on average, but it was higher than some other age cohorts. So it dismisses completely the idea that if you give them the opportunity, young people will not want to get engaged. Take the intervention now.
Thank you. Would the honourable friend please elaborate a little bit on his economic argument, which I find extremely interesting? Because if the honourable member is saying that as soon as you're economically viable, you have the right to vote, does he therefore recognise that the Duke's boy who inherits millions of acres of land and starts paying tax at the age of 3 should be enfranchised, whereas the post office worker's boy who does not inherit until or doesn't pay tax until he is earning, should not have the right to vote until that point?
And who will pay less tax under that
socialist? Well, I wouldn't enfranchise them, but I'd certainly be happy to take the money. Can I just say, I'm grateful for the, I think it was the Honourable Lady from St Albans, for addressing what I believe to be the elephant in the room in this debate, because she let the cat out of the bag when she expressed her concern about what 16 or 17-year-olds might do if they had the right to vote. And I think there are probably too many people in this chamber whose attitude towards whether or not to allow young people the right to vote is determined by their perception of how they might exercise that vote. And again, I would like to bring to the chamber the experience of the Scottish referendum and ask you on both sides to put that caution to one side. Let me explain, and then by all means I'll take an intervention. And it is this, that 2 years out from the Scottish referendum date on the 18th of September, the attitude profile of 16 and 17-year-olds in Scotland was significantly different from what it ended up with on the day of the vote. Quite simply, an awful lot of young people changed their minds during the referendum campaign. And that is because they applied their intellect and their thought and listened to the arguments and made up their mind about it. And to my mind, that vindicates not just the democratic process, but it vindicates the decision to allow those people to have the vote in the first place. I'll take the intervention.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and it's on that note, I actually have a 16-year-old son, and I have discussed this with his group of friends, and this was during our election, whether they should vote in the general election. They themselves came to the conclusion that young people of 16 are wont to change their minds very frequently, and that perhaps perhaps it wasn't good to be voting on something so important. So, and that they would prefer to be more mature. And I would say to my honourable member, if we're all going to live until we're 100, there's no hurry.
The honourable lady won't go on any further. Tommy Shepherd.
Well, young people obviously will have different opinions about many things, and they will change their minds. I don't think that you can judge whether or not to accord someone the right to vote by their propensity that they might change their mind. That would seem to me to be a contradiction of democracy. But the honourable lady does take me to my next point, which is simply this, that the younger you are when you vote in this referendum, the longer you will have to live with the result. And it seems to me iniquitous that we are suggesting not allowing our youngest citizens the right to participate in the future decision of their country when they're the ones who will have to put up with the consequences of that the longest. I would say to my honourable... yes, hello.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does the member accept that the reason why we are having this debate is because so many people have not been given their right to have their say in the EU debate? And does he accept that by extending the franchise for this election, it is of vital importance that young people have the right to have their say and have their voices heard in such an important debate?
Yes, I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. She echoes the points that I'm seeking to make myself. There are many international comparisons in this discussion. Young people, 16-year-olds, have the right to vote in Austria and Brazil and many other countries. Nearer to home, they have the right to vote in the Isle of Man and the Channel Islands. So I think we maybe should play catch-up here and afford them to the right to vote here. I think this is an idea whose time has come, and I just want, finally, on this question, to take up the several suggestions that have been made now from honourable members that they are relaxed about the longer-term principle of lowering the voting age in this country, but they feel somehow we're rushing into it with this referendum, and it's because of their commitment to try and get this process right that they wish to object to it today. I would say to them that actually you should be looking at this the other way around. You should be treating this referendum as an experiment, as a trial, as an opportunity to see whether or not it would work if you lower the voting age, and then the results of that can inform our longer-term discussions about the franchise more generally. Could I just now turn to the question of... Go ahead.
Is it appropriate to have experiments with our constitutional matters?
Well, your government's quite keen at times in inflicting experiments on Scotland. I refer you to the poll tax, if nothing else, when you decided to implement that first on an experimental basis before applying it to the rest of the United Kingdom. But I think there is an argument that says, yes, if you're talking about constitutional change of such magnitude as changing the voting age, that you might want to try it first and see how it results in a referendum, and then you can certainly apply the results of that to the longer-term franchise. If I could just turn to the question of EU nationals, and Okay.
It's really just to take up the point that we've heard from the benches opposite, that in some way doing it through this amendment would be inappropriate. I don't understand why we cannot allow young people to vote in this referendum and then also go through it with a fine-tooth comb for a permanent change.
I think the honourable lady makes the point very well, and I would commend those in the benches opposite who are curious and interested in the idea of lowering the voting age to perhaps try it and see on this occasion. I would like to turn to the question of EU nationals, because I have the great fortune to represent an area in central Edinburgh which is in many parts a thriving metropolitan area full of very creative and dynamic people who have moved to that city and made it their home because of the attractions that are there. And a number of them have contacted me concerned about the fact that they may not be able to get a vote in the forthcoming referendum. I would suggest, for example, Dr. Carmen Hueza, who came here 18 years ago from her native Spain and got her PhD at Aberdeen University, and ever since has been engaged in work as a senior research scientist. She's currently working on trying to develop a cure for osteoporosis as part of an important research team at the University of the West of Scotland. She's been here for 18 years, her partner is here, her children are here, her family is here, and she has no intention of going anywhere else. Also, we have the case of another constituent, Esther Cook, who came here from Germany and settled in the thriving neighbourhood of Portobello, where she's contributed to that community by building up her own small business and providing a vital service. She also has made her home here, no intention of going anywhere else. And finally, Elio Ballesteros, who also has come from Spain, lives in the city centre, and she is a BAFTA award-winning filmmaker, a vital member of our creative community in the city of Edinburgh. What all of these people have in common is that they are not on a gap year. They're not backpacking through this country. They haven't come to visit. They have come to apply their intellect and their industry to make this country better.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. And I would obviously credit if these individuals are residing in the country, working in the country, then they're adding great value. But they are citizens of countries in the EU who govern their membership of the EU. And if a vote came up in those countries, then they would, of course, be entitled to vote. Otherwise, they'll end up with two.
I'm actually going to come to that point in a moment, because it does take me on to the discussion about why should people be allowed to vote in this process in the first place. And I want to reflect back a couple of weeks when I made my maiden speech, and there was one of the honourable gentlemen opposite made a comment. He was trying to be helpful. I think he was trying to be kind at the time. But he said, I think in an attempt to endear himself to these benches, that he had Scottish blood in his veins. I didn't get the chance at the time, but I can tell him now that he may well have some Scottish blood in his veins, but I have none whatsoever in mine. I am here representing people, and I'm a member of the Scottish National Party, because I have chosen to make my life in Scotland. I'm going to die in the city of Edinburgh. It's a fine city. I wouldn't envisage going anywhere else. And it's not a question of identity. It's not a question of genetics. It's a question of residence. And the thing that I am most proud of in the Scottish referendum is that that was the principle we applied. We said that if you choose to come and live in this country, make your future here, contribute to it and be part of it, then you have an equal say with anyone else of taking part in the future of your country. And I find this sort of awkward national identity that's being proposed, which isn't actually the current franchise for Westminster. There's amendments being made to it anyway. But they're trying to couch this in terms that if you've got some sort of historic or genealogical connection with this country, then you've got a right to a say in its future. But if you've actually worked here for decades and contributed your taxes and raised your family here, you may not. And that seems to me to be iniquitous. I think that will drive wedges between families, between communities, and it will make many of our citizens feel second class. And I would urge this House to try and avoid that situation and to support the amendment later on tonight.
In Thangam Debonair.
Speaking in support of the Labour Amendments 1 and 2 to Clause 2 to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in the referendum, I'm also in general arguing in favour of lowering the voting age for all elections everywhere in the UK, but today specifically for the referendum. But I wish to make a specific point, which is that I'm arguing for them as young people, not as adults. So all other arguments about this being a way of bringing down the age of adulthood, I consider to be missing the point. The right to vote is enshrined in law in the Representation of the People Act 1983 and also in Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. And for a human right such as this to be limited, restrictions should be justifiable and proportionate. And I believe that restricting the right to vote in this way is neither justifiable nor proportionate any longer. I suggest the evidence says so as well. People have referred to lack of evidence. I urge them to read the British Youth Council's report on the Commission into this subject, published in 2014, a comprehensive and useful document which provides you with many forms of evidence as well as consultation. I also wish to bring in the point of representation, which others have made, but I want to reiterate my support for that point. Taxation without representation is not democratic. Young people at 16 and 17-year-olds may be taxed in certain circumstances. They should be allowed to be properly represented. But the arguments of comparison about cigarettes and alcohol and serving in the armed forces, for me, those are not the strong arguments. They are not watertight. For instance, in relation to the armed forces, as the United Kingdom is a signatory to the UN Rights of the Child, members of the armed forces at 16 cannot see active service. They cannot see active service till 18. To marry, to work and do various other things, you need parental consent. And for those who don't have parental support or care, the state has duties of care up until 18. So therefore, making an argument for lowering the franchise for voting is not an argument for lowering the age limits for all those other various forms of protection. My argument is that these are different situations. They all present potential risks. So far as I am yet aware, walking into a ballot box does not in and of itself present a risk of harm to a young person. So that argument for me simply does not hold. My experience of politically engaged young people is that they are as motivated and well informed, if not more so, than their adult contemporaries. In fact, young Labour activists in the general election recently, particularly those from my local secondary schools of Colne and St Mary Redcliffe in Bristol West, were amongst the most organised, the most passionate, the most articulate and determined campaigners I've ever had the pleasure of campaigning with. They wanted to vote. I believe they've earned the right to vote. But what of their contemporaries who perhaps are not so well informed? Well, many have said that as they're not well informed enough, they're not mature enough, and therefore because they don't know enough about politics, about party politics, or about democracy, or the ways of this house, or of the other, they are not to be trusted. But I am yet to become aware of any plan whatsoever to restrict the franchise for adults to those who are fully tested before they enter the ballot box. Is there such a plan that I'm aware of? I hope to be convinced that there is not. And for 16 and 17-year-olds, why should this argument therefore be posed to them? My experience of hustings in the recent general election, it is not only those who are politically engaged young people who are capable of participating fully in political debate. The hustings held at my local secondary schools of Colne and St Mary Redcliffe were amongst the most well-informed, courteous, interested and interesting. The young people at both events included many who were not in any way involved in party politics, but they were interested. They were interested in their world, they were interested in their future, and they were also knowledgeable. And because they were still immersed in education, in many ways, they were more well-informed than many adult voters. They had thoughtful insights. They wanted to know what was going on, and they wanted to participate. So I would agree with the Honourable Lady for Totnes, who's no longer with us, who said this afternoon that she had consulted young people, and they did want to vote. I would say that the young people in Bristol West have made their case very clearly to me. So, in conclusion, young people do indeed need protection from harm. Rights to protection from harm should also be tapered as young people gain maturity, but abilities to work, vote, make decisions about education and join the army are not all of the same quality. I have great respect for those who argue, such as my honourable friend from Huddersfield, that we do need to protect young people from harm, but voting, as I have said, is not in and of itself harmful to the voter. I am not arguing against certain forms of protection. I'm certainly not arguing for lowering the age limits for drinking or for smoking. Certainly not. I'm not arguing for those to be tampered with in any way. And I'm also not arguing for 16 or 17-year-olds to be termed adults. I've referred to them as young people. I believe they are young people. Yes, I will give way.
Do you remember accept that the hazards of drinking and smoking are to do with the ability to foresee what the consequences are of drinking and smoking, whether it be tomorrow's hangover or next year's lung cancer? But then would the honourable member not agree that some elections, indeed some rather well-reported elections, can also bring hangovers?
My honourable member does indeed make an interesting point. And I thank him for my first experience of intervention. So I will answer his point before giving way. Yes, of course, those are potential forms of harm for which young people may not be able to see the consequences of their actions. However, as I've said already, going into a ballot box in and of itself does not present any harm. Smoking does immediately present harm to the young person. I give way to the gentleman.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving me. Is she aware that the argument against allowing younger people to drink alcohol isn't simply a social one or one of predicting consequences? There is significant medical evidence that the human liver takes longer to develop than we once thought, and allowing or encouraging people to drink alcohol, some people who'd even stay up to 21, can have medical effects that are much more severe than they would be for drinking the same amount of alcohol at an older age.
Hear, hear. The honourable gentleman makes an excellent point, and I do, of course, agree. And I think, again, I would like to draw a contrast between the risks of harm from certain behaviours and the lack of risks of harm from going into a ballot box. The risk of harm from drinking early are well made, they're well presented, and there is certainly a large amount of evidence, as indeed for smoking. But the Electoral Reform Society wrote, if we get more young people registered early and into the habit of voting, we will not only see lasting improvements in turnout, but a lasting improvement in our democracy. And I'm sure honourable friends from both sides of the House would like to see all of those consequences for young people and for ourselves. So to return to my final point, I am not arguing that 16 or 17-year-olds be turned adults. I am simply arguing that 16 and 17-year-old young people are capable of voting, are interested in voting, that the evidence suggests that it would be a good thing generally for democracy that they be allowed to devote, that this does not make them adults, that they should simply be given the right to vote. And I beg to support Amendments 1 and 2.
Tom Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling me to speak in this important debate. I have to declare an interest because, as some have mentioned, a somewhat different interest to the one the honourable members are suggesting. My wife, however, is not 16 or 17, but she is French. And when the honourable member for Edinburgh was talking about divided households, sir, I can tell you one thing. None are as united as mine on this issue. Because my wife has identified what the honourable members would be well advised to note. That as a constitutional expert in French law, she realises what we are talking about here is not a tactical political change. What we are talking about here is a major constitutional change to the state of the United Kingdom. Now, I understand that nations within our great kingdom have taken different decisions. I recognise and I respect the right of decisions in those nations to affect the laws and the conduct of... I will give way.
Thank you. Will he agree with me that the laws of Scotland, as well as the laws of England, recognise that majority is not attained until you pass a certain age? And that age in England, of course, is 18, but in Scotland it's 21. And that there are legal rights given to 16 to 18-year-olds in Scotland to rescind from the economic activity that the honourable gentleman opposite mentioned.
Well, I bow to my honourable friend's superior knowledge on Scottish law. And I will continue, because actually the point I am trying to make is not about 16 and 17-year-olds, as my honourable friend, who's no longer in her place, covered those so completely and so ably. I'm instead... Can I make a little progress, please? And so I'm instead going to make a few comments instead about citizenship, because citizenship is the question that we are actually talking about. Because this is a constitutional vote. This is not a tactical vote. This is not a minor amendment. This is a debate, this is a discussion about the constitution and governance of our country. Now, in doing so, what I would like to draw our attention to is the fact that when you choose to be a member of our society, when you choose to be a participant in it, there are various things you can choose. You can choose to reside here for educational purposes, perhaps a year or two, perhaps a PhD, a bit longer. You can choose to reside here for an occupation, whether that be a few months or a few years. Or you can choose, as I'm extremely glad my wife has, to reside here for significantly longer, to raise a family, to marry and to settle. I'll make a little progress about it. And if you do so, what you are choosing is a specific state of existence in our nation. What you are not choosing is full citizenship, because that is governed by other laws. Now, the lady was wanting to make an intervention. Is she still willing?
I wanted to make the point, following upon what the honourable member said earlier in his intervention, that, as I said earlier in this debate, the age of legal capacity in Scotland is 16.
Well, the honourable member has greater knowledge on this than I do, and I don't know whether that is greater than my honourable friend or less than. I will leave them to debate that at a future occasion. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving me. He's listed a lot of things that we can choose to do to set our position in society. We do not also agree that a significant number of people, citizens of these nations, have chosen to surrender the right to vote in order to take a seat, often at the request of Her Majesty's government in the other place. So how can you justify giving them the chance to undo if it should have been a permanent decision and giving them the right to vote if you won't give the right to vote to people who have lived here for 25 and 30 years?
The honourable member makes a very interesting point, and in discussing their noble lordships, I will leave it to greater minds than mine to decide whether or not noble lords actually have made such a decision, or whether they have simply chosen to access a different seat and therefore have surrendered on one electoral term and not on every. Because they do not rescind their right to vote universally, they merely rescind their right to vote in general elections because they already hold a seat in this House. So what I would like to continue with, if I may, is this idea that citizenship is not something that is to be added or taken away arbitrarily. Because what we're talking about as we discuss the enfranchisement for the referendum is indeed that. It isn't simply the tactical choice. It is indeed the act of citizenship. And as I have had the sadness of hearing time and again in constituency cases, when people think they have rights that they don't, concepts of common law this or common law that don't exist. And in this case, there is no such thing as common law citizenship. If you wish citizenship, the laws of citizenship, the Immigration and Naturalisation Act, cover it. If you wish citizenship under Her Majesty's Great United Kingdom, then you have the choice of asking for it. There are laws that allow you to do so. There are rules that allow you to declare at what stage you can or cannot apply. And as people move through the process of residency in our great kingdom, there are various moments at which they may or may not choose to take that citizenship. There are consequences that go along with it. I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Would the honourable member not agree that a cost of £1,005 to seek naturalisation in this country would seek to deter many people who can't afford to do so from claiming citizenship, and it should be a right by virtue of residency that are able to vote in this referendum, and not because there should be no price in democracy? Thank you.
The honourable member makes an interesting point, but I would argue actually quite to the contrary. That the right of citizenship in this kingdom is so great that the price of £1,005 is but a small price to pay for the benefit of being British. I will move on. I will move on.
It's not free.
I will move on.
Nothing's free.
Because citizenship, as I have said, is not a common law right. There is no common law marriage, there is no common law contract, there is no common law citizenship. And as there is no common law citizenship, it is no more the right of this House to force people, to bounce people into citizenship, than it is the right of this House to bounce people into any other form of contract. And what this is doing is it is pushing people. Because as you begin to push people into those deals, what you are in effect doing is you are in effect changing, without their choice, their relationship to this country. Now, I know this for a fact because my wife, who could, should she wish to, begin the process of citizenship, chooses not to. She is, and there is some debate about this, proud to be French. She is, and again, there is some debate about this, unwilling to become British. Now, I would argue to her, as I do, that becoming British is such a great honour that even as a Frenchwoman, she should appreciate the joys that this offers. I will give way to the honourable member.
It's frightening that most of the English aristocracy were French at one time in history. But your wife, your spouse, is not going to be bounced into anything. If European nationals get the right to vote because of residency, there's no compulsion on your wife voting.
The honourable member, however, the honourable member may say that he is not bouncing anything. In what he is doing, however, is he is changing the social contract between citizens who have specifically not chosen to be British and citizens who are British. And in changing that contract, what he is doing is he is bouncing, as I said earlier, people who have not had or who have chosen not to make it into a relationship with this state that they do not wish to have. Now, if he wishes to do so at a regional level, I respect his right to do so. But great nation. I accept the correction and I apologise. If he wishes to make that change at a national level, I accept that. But the United Kingdom is a different state. It is a sovereign state that exercises rights on a different basis to the nations of England, Scotland, or indeed Ireland. And those of us who have come from across the whole of the European continent, as my grandfather came from Austria almost 100 years ago, understand that choosing British nationality is just that. It is an active choice, and a choice of which we should be duly proud. It is not something that we should find ourselves with by accident of residency. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving me again. Does that mean that those of us in these benches who never have and never will choose to be British won't be allowed to vote in this referendum?
The honourable member makes an entertaining point, and his entertainment is based on the fact that he was born here, and that therefore his residency here is indeed what makes him so. But there is a further point to this, and it's a point about legitimacy. Because actually, although there is not only the question of citizenship in the constitutional sense, there is also the question of having the legitimacy of this referendum without question. And in doing so, it would be wrong if we were to suddenly change the deal so that those who have a specific interest in changing it are given that right. And I refer here specifically to the hundreds of thousands of migrant workers who affect various states of the debate. We will all know that there are some people who tried to get into this House whose principal argument was based on immigration. And in forcing ourselves down a line where effectively what we do is we enfranchise those who many people would not regard as British, who would not regard as having a right, we suddenly find ourselves changing the terms of the debate halfway through. And I would argue very strongly that it would be unwise for us. It would call into question the legitimacy of the referendum itself if we were to find ourselves with hundreds of thousands of European Union citizens who have not made the choice to become British citizens. I will give way.
I'm very grateful, but isn't there a danger in the argument he's developing here that it could then be used by those same people to argue against Commonwealth citizens who have been resident in this country, or Republic of Ireland citizens who have been resident in this country, from having any vote?
The honourable member makes a fair point, but what we are doing is we're not making an argument on that basis. We're looking at the argument on the basis of what is normal in a national election and what is normal in a local or regional election. And in doing so, what we're doing is we're sticking to the existing rules. We are. In sticking to the existing enfranchisement, what we are doing is we are allowing those who are normally entitled to vote in national elections in our kingdom do exercise that right. And I think it's absolutely essential that we maintain that continuity, because if we do not, we leave open the door.
That's Philippa. Again.
Philippa Whitford.
To declare an interest in that my husband is German. He's been here for 29 years, working as a general practitioner and paying tax. He doesn't get to vote for this House that set his taxation, and he certainly didn't get to vote for me. From the argument that the honourable gentleman opposite makes, is there not a danger of this simply becoming a very nationalistic debate? That accusation was thrown at the groups on this benches when our nationalism was completely civic and open to everyone. And I think going down a genetic source, where were you born, franchise would be a very dangerous argument to follow.
Remind the House that interventions are intended to be brief. Tom Tugendhat.
It's finished.
It's finished. I beg your pardon. I'm terribly sorry. I thought the honourable lady. You were intervening. Yes.
Would you like to respond?
Mr. Tugendhat has the floor.
He's finished.
Where I sat down.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to stand to support the amendments 18, 19 and New Clause 2, standing in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Gorton, members of the SNP, Plaid Cymru and the Green member. Usually I don't quote individual cases. There are many dangers in going after the individual circumstances of constituents, but I think on this matter I'm just going to quote very briefly two cases which do prove the rule in the proper sense of that phrase. I'm aware that hard cases make bad law, but I'm going to be talking about two cases, but we are talking about 2.3 million cases in total. Just a couple of friends of mine, someone who's Swedish, she's been resident here for over 20 years, an NHS worker in a very, very tough field. She works in mental health. She pays her taxes. She is actually Welsh-speaking, English-speaking and Swedish-speaking. She has 2 children who also speak Welsh, English and a bit of Swedish, as does her husband. Now, in my book, she's a Welsh citizen. There is no doubt about that, but if she were to try to vote in the referendum, she would be turned away. Another case, a Danish friend of mine, a resident here for 35 years, Mr Chairman, an university worker, pays her taxes. She is also Welsh-speaking. She has 2 children and a husband, Welsh-speaking, Danish-speaking and English-speaking. Again, in my book, she is a Welsh citizen. Should she try to vote, she would be turned away. I think that this is plainly outrageous. These are people who are not public figures, not famous, but they are hard-working members of their communities. They have an equal stake in the future, the collective future of those communities, and in my book, they have an equal right to have their voices heard. In that sense, I fully support the amendments, and I think, as I said, it would be outrageous if these people were denied the right to vote on such a matter of importance. Now, turning very briefly to votes at 16, honourable members, right honourable members will know that the government's St David's Day command paper on the future of devolution in Wales proposes that the Assembly should decide on the issue of 16 and 17-year-olds having the vote. And I would tell the House that there is a very strong opinion in favour of that move in Wales. In fact, in 2008, the Welsh Assembly collectively decided that they were in favour. Interestingly, in 2014, the Children's Commissioner for Wales did say that more work needed to be done on the issue of 16 and 17-year-olds before the 2015 election. He was pressing at that time for the franchise to be extended for the 2015 election. Of course, that did not happen. The opinion in Wales is very strongly in favour, and we have in the past had early day motions and private members' bills in this place to extend the franchise. One of those was by a Welsh member, and others have been by Liberal Democrat members, and one was, of course, by the Honourable Member for Derbyshire East, not to North East, rather, not to suggest that she is in any way biased on this issue by now, given her current status. So there is a great deal of support for votes at 16. But the point I made earlier, I think, is the important one. Whatever we might speculate about the effect of votes at 16, that is all trumped, I think, by the experience in Scotland. The experience in Scotland trumps the counter-arguments. We don't need any fanciful musings from the other side. We have the proof, and that proof, of course, is in respect of engagement in the debates and in respect of turnout. And there is a point here that my right honourable friend from Gorton made, I think at second reading. One of the reasons why there was an engagement there was because they were talking about a real question, and there are proper doubts, I think, about whether this referendum is about a real question or not. Perhaps that might be explored later on.
Real negotiation.
Yeah, real negotiation. There is the point that I made earlier as well, that if one does doubt the value of having votes at 16 and 17 on this crucial question, it does throw some doubts, I suppose, possibly throw some doubts on the value of the results of the referendum, decided on partly, of course, by votes of people who are 16 and 17. I'm sure that the opponents of these amendments aren't saying that, but one should make that point. Yes, I will.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. From what you've just been, for what the honourable member has just been saying, and the timescales it's taken for the Welsh Assembly to provide an argument in favour of votes at 16, then surely you shouldn't be backing this amendment. You should be opposing it and giving more time for a coherent review over votes at 16 and 17.
Well, the argument that the honourable gentleman makes, and the one that was made by the honourable lady for Norwich North, I think, who's no longer in the place, reminds me of the extremely ancient joke, make me holy, but not just yet. I think we need to move on this very, very quickly. My experience over the years that I have worked with sixth formers in my own constituency going in to talk about my work in civics lessons, I suppose you'd call them, is that they are hugely interested. They are committed to voting as soon as possible. They want to know about what we do here. They want to get involved. In fact, I've often felt humbled by the sincerity of the opinions that they hold. Sometimes when I compare those opinions with sometimes the insincerity of some of the opinions that their older peers have. And can I just also draw the attention of the House to my own experience during the last election when I held hustings at my local secondary schools. A very tough experience. We were questioned very hard indeed by young people who were totally engaged in the campaign, some of whom could vote. And I would just tell the House that one of the other experiences that I had that humbled me was to see a large group of young people coming down from school at lunchtime to the polling booth to vote together. They were coming down. They were proud to do so. As a group, I was even more proud to see that they were all voting for me as well. Quite right. Now, I can't say how these young people would vote over an EU referendum, I suspect. I know, but I can't guarantee that. But I trust them, and I believe that they have a right to be heard.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr Gale, for calling me to speak. I just want to make 2 key points, really, in relation to the amendments on voting age, which is what most honourable members have been talking about. I have two points. The first is that, in principle, I agree with extending reducing the voting age to 16 in general elections, but I do not think that should happen on the referendum. And there's some very important points there. The most important for me personally is that there's no nice way of saying this. To me, the electorate in the UK is top-heavy. It was very striking to me in the election campaign how those issues affecting older voters do have far greater resonance simply because of the power of older voters. I try to say that as apolitically as possible, even though there are obviously political implications to the age of voters and so on, but trying to be as objective as possible on this point. I think it is the interests of public policy, which is why I would extend the vote to 16-year-olds. I think we would make better policy as a country because, as my honourable friend, the Honourable Lady for Norwich North, said in a fantastic speech, there is a growing issue about an intergenerational divide. She talks about the One Nation idea. I do worry about that. You look at benefits and how very difficult it is for us to address benefits of older people. That is a psephological fact. It is very difficult. Once handed out, those benefits are hard to pull back because the people will vote accordingly. Whereas for younger people, it may be easier to do something about their benefits, public spending and so on, because they don't have the say to the same degree. That's not a cynical point, I just think that is an observation on polity as it is today. So that's my key reason for wishing to lower the voting age to 16. I know there are many points about, bringing adulthood youngest, I think someone said, and I worry about that. I have 4 children, my eldest is 8 years old. I would worry about anything that made young people less innocent and so on. But I don't think that comes into effect when you talk about public policy. We do have a serious issue here. Pleasure to go there.
I'm interested in his arguments because for me the issue becomes actually this is the issue which 16 and 17-year-olds have a stronger right to vote because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and possibly not another referendum, notwithstanding people perhaps not liking the results sometimes, but notwithstanding that might be for another 40 years, given the last one was 40 years, as opposed to a general election which might be every 5 years.
Well, I will shortly be coming to my reasoning as to why I wouldn't extend it at this moment for the referendum. But there's one particular experience I wanted to share, which is relating to what the Honourable Lady Member for Bristol West, who's no longer here, was talking about. She was talking about her experience on the campaign trail. We had a very unique interaction with young people. We had a school general election at my biggest secondary school, which is Thomas Gainsborough School in Cornard. And the reason it was unique was because they held a mock election with a question time at lunchtime. The whole school was there, and it was filmed live by ITV Anglia. And the result appeared live on the 6 o'clock regional news, the 6:30 regional news on ITV Anglia. So it gave it extra special credence. The interesting thing was that UKIP won the vote. But the thing I found about that was that those young people, whether they were 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, There was no SNP. Nationalism was represented, and they were victorious on the day. But on this, the key point I found was that 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, they took it incredibly seriously. The points they had to make, they weren't some kind of fluffy young person's points. They were talking about Europe, the nuclear deterrent, and so on, just like anyone else would. They take politics very seriously, and there is a danger of being patronising, of saying to young people, you know, you couldn't possibly understand these big issues. They want to talk about them. I found young people were particularly interested in the issue of Europe, I have to say. But the reason I wouldn't extend the age at this point is because there is no mandate for it, and that is extremely important in politics. We have just had a general election. In that general election, the Conservative manifesto was the manifesto which won the day and made a very...
In Scotland, we would have... in Scotland, where we were in favour of votes for 16, of course the SNP won an overwhelming mandate, as the benches behind me indicate. In England, or in the rest of the UK as a whole, the Tories got about 1 in 4 voters, hardly an overwhelming mandate. And isn't this a great opportunity to reach out across the whole of the UK for the benefit of democracy?
But the mandate is based on the manifesto that the governing party made. We're not in a coalition, so it doesn't have to be watered down. The position was we would hold an in-out referendum on membership of the EU before the end of 2017. That's it. It did not say that the voting age would be lowered. Therefore, there is a tacit understanding very clearly that it would be based on the current franchise. That is clear. And more than that, that vote was based on that franchise. So you would be saying that... Is the right honourable gentleman giving way? Or I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you for taking the intervention. For the sake of clarification, would the honourable member not agree and concede that you're not using the current mandate or franchise? You're seeking to now allow unelected members of the House of Lords to participate in the referendum.
I'm always vulnerable to peer pressure, and I must admit, I look forward to the answers of the front bench on the point about extending the franchise in respect of the House of Lords. But basically, we have, bar a very small number, the same franchises voted in the general election, and I give way to my old friend.
Would my honourable friend agree that there is a very firm constitutional reason for excluding members of the serving peers from parliamentary elections, because they do obviously serve in the other house, and that does not apply to this referendum? Therefore, the normal basis for their disqualification clearly should not apply in this referendum.
I'm indebted to my honourable friend for answering that question most superbly. And I think I wish to finish with a brief point on the... I'm just going to conclude. On the point of European citizens, I think it is very important, a point I made earlier, and this is... I try to say this as objectively as possible, but the issue why Europe has gone so far up the political agenda is because of immigration. There is no doubt about that. There are concerns right across this country about the sheer number of people coming into the United Kingdom, rightly or wrongly. I always took the view on the campaign trail, I always would defend the fact that this country is dependent on large numbers of foreign workers. I'm afraid I'm not going to give away any further. Other very fine honourable members want to speak. I always made that point myself, but we have to recognise that across Britain many people are concerned about the sheer number of people coming into this country, and if you extended the franchise to people from the rest of the European Union to vote, and if that vote was decisive in keeping us in, for those people who want to leave because they want to control their borders, I believe that would be inflammatory and would lead lasting feeling of injustice. So to conclude, Mr Gale, I do believe in votes to 16, but I think we would refrain from rushing into holding it now. We should have a full consultation, and if we decide we want to do it, it should be in our manifesto, so that we can achieve a mandate from the British people to have it in elections and referenda thereafter.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Chairman. I rise to support the amendments in my name and those of my colleagues on these benches, namely 18 and 19 and new clause 2. And I'd like to first of all pay tribute and commend the excellent opening speeches from my honourable friend, the member for North East Fife, in relation to 16 and 17-year-olds who demonstrated a supreme ability to participate in the independence referendum. And the member for Norwich North, who is no longer in her place, also made some excellent points as to why young people should be participating in the EU referendum, but then went on to say yes, but not now. Well, if not now, then when, is what I would say to her. The honourable member for St Albans made a point that Scotland made a lot of comments in this debate. I would like to remind the House that we are elected members to this Parliament. You will be hearing a lot from us in this Parliament in the days and weeks to come, because we've been elected to do so. And I also think it's worthy of reminding the House that Scotland did not vote Conservative in the last general election.
The next one.
Politicians should not pick and choose their electorate, and I don't believe that should be happening in this EU referendum either, and the franchise should absolutely be fair. The issues at stake in this referendum are serious and fundamental to the future of the UK and its constituent parts, and so it's essential that all those who live in the UK who will be affected by these decisions are given an opportunity to vote. And it is with this in mind that our amendment seeks to include EU nationals who live in the UK in this franchise. Foreign nationals from Commonwealth countries who live in the UK will be able to vote. So why not EU nationals? We've heard that there's, unsurprisingly, division already amongst the Tory and Labour benches in relation to this vote. We know that Ruth Davidson, Tory leader in Scotland, is in favour of votes for 16 and 17-year-olds, and we also know that a Labour leadership candidate, Kezia Dugdale, is in favour of EU nationals having a vote. I'm pleased to see that there's been a slight increase in number of Labour members participating in this debate. It was rather thin on the ground, much like the Labour Party membership in Scotland, but that's perhaps for another day. Over and above this, the bill as it stands proposes to extend the franchise to Commonwealth citizens who would be entitled to vote in European elections from Gibraltar. Now, I don't oppose this measure by any means, but surely, if the Government agree with the principle of widening the Westminster franchise for this referendum, it should also consider including this additional group who makes such an important contribution to our society and economy, and that is EU nationals. By virtue of excluding them from the vote, we would exclude constituents such as mine, like my friend Mireille Pouget, who lives in the village of Glendevon in Oakland, South Perthshire. In fact, in a message to me this week, Mireille said, "I have lived, worked and paid taxes here for nearly 40 years. Staying in the EU is important to me as an EU and as a French citizen. I should have a voice in this referendum. It's outrageous that EU citizens cannot vote. Hear, hear to that." Mr Chairman, it is equally wrong that the Government proposes to extend the right to vote to members of the House of Lords, a place not known for its democratic foundations, without taking measures to ensure that all members of the Scottish Parliament have the same right. Mention's been made by a number of honourable members to my colleague, Christian Allard, who came to Scotland to open an office in Glasgow for a European seafood logistic group in the 80s. He subsequently met his wife and moved from Glasgow to the north-east of Scotland, in Aberdeenshire, with his 3 young daughters 20 years ago. Mr Chairman, Mr Allard has been elected by the people of the north-east of Scotland to represent them in the Scottish Parliament. He has undoubtedly made an enormous contribution to our country and to the community that he and his family live in. I believe he has earned his right to vote in this referendum. In the Scottish independence referendum last year, the UK Government agreed in principle with the Scottish Government that the franchise for the vote should be as wide as possible. It is clear from the turnout and scale of political engagement across Scotland last year that seeking a wide, inclusive franchise was one factor in encouraging a vibrant debate on Scotland's future. By accepting our amendments, the Government has an opportunity, if we're listening to some of the honourable members, you should not be passing up on, to use this new referendum to ensure that this wide-ranging and inclusive debate is open to all people, and it is so important for UK's future in Europe. It would be unfortunate indeed if this Government seeks to pick and choose the franchise for this vote, be it 16 and 17-year-olds or EU nationals, in a way which could be considered as excluding a significant proportion of those who live and work here on the basis of how the Government thinks they will vote, rather than taking measures which would seek to add depth to the national debate as a whole. I urge this House to accept these amendments and be progressive if that's what they plan to be.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr Gerald. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I must say it's been interesting to follow some of the speeches we've already had from other honourable members, and I'll start with why the franchise as it is and why the parliamentary franchise. Let's be clear, when we first joined in 1972, we did so off the basis of the parliamentary franchise and this House's sovereignty. We then have continued, and some actually only a few weeks back were arguing that our membership should continue on the basis of the policies as agreed in Parliament, based on those who voted for it. I must say it's interesting to see now the enthusiasm from those who a few weeks back were arguing how a referendum would be such a disaster, or a reckless gamble, as one honourable member said last week, now seems so enthusiastic for everyone to have a go in it as well. It's put quite simply, we cannot have a pick and mix on the franchise. The reason for peers is the fact that on matters decided by Parliament, you either have a vote in the other place or you elect a representative to this House to exercise that on your behalf. That is the reason for why, when it's now a referendum, it makes sense to allow those who do not be able to exercise their vote in the other place in this decision to vote in the referendum. It also makes sense to extend to Gibraltar, who is a member of the European Union via the UK's membership of the European Union, the ability to vote as if they were resident in the United Kingdom itself. I think some of the debates we had today have very much flagged up a whole range of issues around the whole franchise itself, but those aren't really debates we should be having on individual elections. And I'd say, in terms of Gibraltar and the Falkland Islands, a debate about how, given they are so dependent on decisions taken in this Parliament, how they can have a voice in future. But again, that's not a debate for today. Given that our membership is based on the UK state being part of the European Union, which is not a sovereign state in its own right, that it's right that that vote is held to UK citizens in the way we have the parliamentary franchise, plus those who historically have benefited from the extension of the parliamentary franchise in the Commonwealth and in the Republic of Ireland. I think for me, we were then moving on to 16, 17-year-olds. I'm actually a supporter of votes at 16. I think the experience we've seen where it has happened in the Scottish referendum has been positive. I think it's not very helpful to bandy around all the different ages you can do things at. I'm not sure how many other honourable members have read the pages on the government website about learning to drive a tractor. It lists all the different ages you need to be to do things. If you want to drive a road roller, you can do it at 17 to 20. Unless it's a steam-powered road roller, you then need to be 21. You can drive a mowing machine at 16. There's all sorts of anomalies in our law, so citing individual ages doesn't necessarily give a justification around what the franchise should be. Whilst I support an opportunity, giving 16-year-olds the opportunity to have the vote, I think that does need to be done in a substantive debate around the franchise as a whole, not as an amendment tacked on to a bill. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. We've heard this argument now from several of his party colleagues that they are for votes at 16, but somehow to do it in this referendum is going to be some sort of premature emancipation that they would have to vote against. It's not a very convincing argument.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his point. I think where it comes on is the fact of the inconsistency. There's actually another referendum being considered in my own constituency around the future of the elected mayoralty and for Torbay Council. It would be a somewhat bizarre position, presuming these amendments passed, that someone turning up at 17 could decide on the future of Britain in Europe, but then couldn't decide who's actually going to run their local council because the franchise would remain at 18. That's why I don't support a pick and mix. I'll briefly allow, because I'm conscious other members waiting to intervene.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. We know that the Prime Minister has indicated that he's not going to go for a third term. If he resigns before the end of this term, the Conservative Party will be, in effect, choosing the Prime Minister. What's the age of eligibility for members of the Conservative Party then choosing the Prime Minister? It's certainly below 18, and it's not confined to 15. UK nationals either.
15. As the honourable member's been here long enough to know that it is not any party that chooses the Prime Minister, it's the Prime Minister enjoy the competence of this House. And that's the constitutional position around the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has the competence of this House, not necessarily a particular party. But so, to continue, the reason why I believe it is right that we stick with the current age limit in terms of franchise is that we can't set a precedent that may be abused in future by governments around having a pick and mix franchise. It makes sense for us to have a set thing with when we have referendums on items that would usually be decided by Parliament, that we use the parliamentary franchise plus those who would be able to vote directly via the membership of the other place but are not able to, because they have the opportunity to elect a representative here. That, for me, is why I will be voting against the amendments, even though I have some sympathy and strong support for the idea of 16-year-olds being able to vote. It is to keep that position there. And I have to say, when we hear all the heckling from those who want to deny everyone a vote on this matter, it really is almost laughable. Absolutely laughable. You know, last week, walking through the lobbies to vote against, apart from one member who seemed to get a bit lost, this week now demanding everyone has a vote who possibly live here. And we keep hearing about the residency. What about citizens of the United States of America, one of our oldest allies that are resident in this country? We know why. It's based on citizenship, it's based on the parliamentary franchise, and it's right that it continues along that basis. That's why I'll be voting against the amendments. But this debate does bring up, and I hope the front bench have in this thing, a legitimate point about having, in the not-too-distant future, a proper debate around our franchise to deal with some of the numerous anomalies we've talked about today that sets a franchise for the 21st century and does give honourable members the chance, who are in favour of reducing the age to 16, a chance to vote to do so. Thank you.
Members Davis.
Thank you, Sir Roger, Chairman, for calling me to speak in this debate, and it's a pleasure to be part of this and hear so many well-made points from across the House. In front of us we have the bill, and I haven't heard much about that today. It really is the question of should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union. And efforts by other parties to pile on other issues to this referendum will only make the question and therefore the result perhaps less clear. And I do believe that we owe the British public better. On the doorstep in my constituency in Eastleigh, people were crying out for a say on Europe. It has simply been too long since we last consulted the people on the very sovereignty of their own parliament. I am proud that the government has brought this bill forward and is answering the call to our nation. This is why I do not support bringing in the under-18 voting or indeed electronic voting. This referendum is simply too important that the question must stand alone, and I do reject any attempts to hijack it. Young people should be encouraged to take an interest in politics from an early age, and let us indeed have that debate separately from this huge constitutional question before us. It was very disappointing to me that my one singular hustings which was cancelled was where 16 and 17-year-olds were taking part. Perhaps they were too busy voting for X Factor or The Voice or indeed something else. But we do have youth parliament and mock elections for them to get involved. I'll happily give way.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. She makes a very interesting point there about the experience in her constituency. In my constituency, I had the completely opposite experience. There's one sixth form college there called Basvic, where the teenagers there, 16, 17-year-olds, the sixth form college, had a whole week of democracy. They were called me there 7 times and had multiple hustings with different members of Parliament and their candidates. This is a real expression of passion and erudition that they spoke with was really quite inspiring. In fact, one of the most inspiring aspects of the general election campaign. Why does she think that's so different in Hove compared to her constituency?
Thank you for raising that point. I know that college well, previously being from Sussex, and in fact I had visitors just from my Eastleigh constituency very recently, and we were in Westminster Hall and they were 50, and I said, do you want to be, how does it feel to be here? Do you want to be involved in voting going forward? And lots of people glazed over and they weren't ready. So absolutely, let's get people involved in youth parliaments, let's get people involved, and let's look at this in a broader arena. If I can just briefly make some progress on some other points here, and then of course I will. I'm delighted about the Commonwealth citizens being able to vote in this election. I think the government is right to use the election qualifications in this respect, because I feel someone with a critical eye to the EU should also be delighted to see this symbolic recognition of
the other great community of nations, the Commonwealth, involved in this. But I do recognise and respect the Scottish referendum, where we did not agree and accept the decisions that were made, but these were devolved powers. Just moving on in terms of the date of flexibility, I think the government amendment where the Secretary of State has looked at the May the 5th referendum date and ruled it out shows the care that this government is taking on this matter. And I point back to my previous point, should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union? That is what we will be letting our people decide on. And we do need to let the Prime Minister get on with negotiating a greater deal for the UK. And this, of course, was the Prime Minister who delivered the reduction in the EU budget. So I believe absolutely we've got the right person to do it. Just briefly concluding. Go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed for giving way. Thank you very much indeed for giving way. I'd just like to pick up on the Honourable Member's points in relation to 16 and 17-year-olds. If young people in this country are not interested in what's happening in politics, that is a failing not of them, but of everyone else who's involved in politics in this country. Second of all, I think it's rather disingenuous to suggest that they might be watching television programmes that people much older than them are probably more involved in watching than the young people of this country. I think we should give them the respect that they deserve, and we can expect that we'll get that respect returned to us when they vote positively in this referendum.
You make excellent points that these programmes are wide-ranging and with many people voting, absolutely. But I do go back to my earlier point that I think we should be looking at this in the round, and I think you see this from this side of the House. We are happy to do this, but it dilutes the question before us. And ultimately, it's about the sovereignty of this Parliament, of the people to decide for themselves about the future of Europe. And I believe at the moment at 18 is right, but I'm happy to look at this more roundly in a separate arena, and I do believe the front bench is clearly listening to us on this. Just as I was concluding, celebrating our magnificent Magna Carta highlights just how much our democracy has done for our islands and our nation. And by giving the people the chance, all the people, the chance to say on their own future of our constitution, we're delivering on our promises and paying tribute to this country's long record of democracy. And I believe that in this House that we will go further and look at all the arguments in the round. But I do not believe that diluting this question and diluting the franchise and picking and choosing is the right place to do it. Thank you.
Hugh Merriman.
Sir Roger, I'm very grateful to be squeezed in towards the end, having sat here for the last few hours listening to this excellent session. And I should reference from the start that I find myself open-minded, which is why I've been so delighted to listen to the excellent arguments from all sides of the House. I'm open-minded in terms of the voting age. And therefore, I seek to be persuaded as far as these arguments are concerned. I certainly agree with my honourable friend from Torbay that listing hooks as to which age to pin voting onto doesn't work, because we have so many different ages where one could be seen to be turning to an adult. I do, however, find myself influenced by the international comparisons that we see. And it's the case that the voting age for national elections in EU countries is 18, except for Austria, where it was reduced to 16 in 2007. Indeed, on an international basis, there are only 7 countries in the globe where voting is enabled for 16 and 17-year-olds. And in fact, there are considerably more countries where voting starts later than 18. And I do think that we should bear the international comparison into account. And it is international that I make that reference, but I will, of course, give way.
Can the honourable gentleman confirm whether his figures are completely up to date, and does he appreciate that as of midnight tonight there will be another nation added to the list of proud nations who allow 16-year-olds to vote?
Thank you, Sir Roger. This has come from the House of Commons Library, so I'm sure it is up to date. In fact, I notice it's actually up to 2013. But it doesn't reference Scotland here, but it does reference that it's international. So I won't rehearse the arguments in terms of which age is concerned. Do you mind if I make a little more progress, if I may, but I'll come back. But I would also make the point that recent laws have actually moved more towards 18 years old in terms of where matters should start. I don't refer just to smoking, but also the requirement to be in further education. And I do also wish to pick up the point that's been made with I believe, the University of Edinburgh study with respect to 16 and 17-year-olds voting participation in the Scottish referendum, which is persuasive in a way, but it makes me concerned that if the voting proportions were high for 16 and 17-year-olds and also high for those above 24, then there is a sort of number in between of younger voters who have not been engaged. And it concerns me whether 16 or 17-year-olds have perhaps been more persuaded by their parents to vote. And I don't say that in a patronising manner. I could use myself as an example. At the age of 16, coming from a family of trade unionists and socialists, I dare say I would have been following their lead and voting in that way. Thankfully, by the age of 18, I'd seen the error of my ways, and I now find myself on this side of the house. But I really do feel it should be considered. At that age, you are persuaded by your family pressure, and I think it's important when people vote, they vote on the basis of their own views and their conscience that they've developed over those years as they mature. I will, of course, give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I must declare that I am an advocate of 16-year-olds. But I am slightly surprised that the other side haven't decided to use the example of Austria, in that Austria spent a long time going through a proper debate, a proper process to decide whether or not votes at 16 or 17 should be considered. I wish that they would look at that example and take that on board before they come before this House with more amendments.
Thank you, Sir Roger. I certainly take that point. It's very, very well made. But as I say, I keep my mind open, but I tend towards the age of 18 in general sense. I certainly trend towards the age of 18 for the EU referendum. If I may make progress, I'm conscious of time. For the EU referendum, because I feel there's a real danger in this country that if we start to change the rules on the basis of the European Union referendum, then there will be a feel that there is a taint in a way to try and get an outcome in a certain manner. And the reason why I'm so pleased there's a European Union referendum is because we can lance the boil that is Europe and bring this matter to an end. And if we start to change to the rules beforehand, then certain parties who feel sore from the result will try and make out that it's been fixed for a certain way, which is why I believe the status quo should remain. Can I briefly turn to the matter of voter citizenship, which has somewhat been lost, albeit it is part of the honourable member for North East Fife's motion. And on that part, I'm not open-minded at all. I support the decision to use the general election register as a referendum basis. I recognise that the Scottish referendum was based on a different manner, but it was for the Scottish Parliament to form those rules, and they did so. This is a matter for this Parliament to form the rules, and I believe the rules are the right rules. I also take the point that there are many residents who work here, study here, who contribute greatly, but they are citizens of another country in Europe, and that country in Europe governs their relationship with Europe. I won't give way, I'm afraid, because I believe I must end. So again, I believe changing the rules for which citizens can vote in the referendum would again lead certain electors to accuse the House of taint and trying to fix the outcome one way or another. The way to get a successful referendum is to leave it as uncontroversial and to leave the rules on voting in place.
Minister.
Sir Roger, thank you for calling me. I'd like to thank all honourable members for yet another constructive and interesting debate. It's been very, very well informed and in some depth on all sides. And the question of who can take part in this referendum is clearly vitally important. I'll say something on the amendments tabled today, but first I want to say a few words about why the general principle which underpins the bill sets out the entitlement to vote as it does. I will try to be brisk as well, Sir Roger, because I want to leave a few moments for the SNP front bench to come back at the end of this if I can. As a vote of national importance, the bill starts with the parliamentary franchise. It extends it to Commonwealth citizens in Gibraltar, and I'll say a little bit more about that in the next group, this debate, and to members of the House of Lords who do not vote in general elections. There have been suggestions that one franchise or another would favour one result or another. And even though the whip in me finds this strangely appealing, I don't think it would be either principled or right to change the franchise to try and get a certain result. Instead, we should follow the precedent set in 1975 and again in 2011, when UK-wide votes on membership of the EEC and the alternative vote were put to the parliamentary franchise. This is the franchise which we use for big questions that will determine the future of our nation, not just for referendums, but for who should form the government and lead the country. And I believe it is right that we apply it again here. Honourable members for Gorton and Ilford South tabled a number of amendments seeking to use the local election franchise rather than the parliamentary one. Their aim, I think, is to add EU citizens resident in the UK. The Labour front bench made some helpful comments opposing this point, I think, in principle. Now, of course, a few EU citizens have long been able to vote in UK parliamentary elections. Citizens of Malta, Cyprus and Ireland are already able to vote if they are resident in the UK because of our historical connections to these countries and their citizens. But for the rest of the EU, British citizens living abroad do not have voting rights in their national elections. The only exceptions I'm aware of are in Ireland, where voting rights here are reciprocated, and to the upper chamber of Slovenia's parliament, Sir Roger, a right which I suspect not many people here knew they had, and I doubt that anybody's going to be dashing over there to set up residence in Slovenia, but if they do, they are, of course, welcome to vote when they get there. And I'm not aware of any national referendum in the EU that allowed citizens from other member states to take part. British citizens were not entitled. I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Isn't this the crucial point, rather than arguments about ancestry or length of residence? Isn't it the case that in any recent referendum on a European question held by a member state, whether that was the Austrian referendum on accession in 1994, whether that's the referenda held more recently in France and the Netherlands, or the frequent referenda held in Ireland on various EU treaty changes, in all of those cases, residents from elsewhere in the EU have not been given the vote in those referenda?
Well, Sir Roger, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and it would be lopsided indeed, I think, if we were to take a different approach for our nationals than has been done elsewhere in the EU. So, as I said, British citizens were not entitled to vote in the Dutch or French referendums in 2005, further to his point, for example. And finally, switching from the parliamentary to the local elections franchise would block the British citizens living abroad from voting at all, because they are not entitled to vote at local elections. So the net effect of these amendments will be to deny British citizens living abroad the right to vote on their own country's future, while giving that right to other Europeans who are living here but have chosen not to become citizens. This strikes me as fundamentally unfair and inequitable, and I hope the honourable gentleman will accordingly withdraw their amendments when the time comes. We've also heard about the need to give 16 and 17-year-olds the vote for the first time in a UK-wide poll. There are a number of amendments to this effect in the names of the honourable members for Camberwell and Peckham and Gordon and North East Fife. Now, this is a referendum about an issue of huge national significance, and the starting point for determining who is entitled to vote must therefore be the franchise for parliamentary elections. Honourable members will be aware that the voting age for parliamentary elections is set at 18. The voting age was 18 in the 1975 referendum on EC membership and the 2011 alternative vote referendum. And let's not forget, as a number of honourable members on all sides have pointed out, that the voting age in most democracies, including most member states in the EU, is also 18. Only Austria in the EU currently allows voting at 16. Although we've heard that Scotland is now heading in that direction, and I think they are hours away from extending their franchise for Holyrood elections as well, as is indeed their devolved and democratic right, and I salute their ability to do that. Honourable members will have pointed to the precedent of the Scottish independence referendum, and that was, of course, based on the devolved right, as we have heard. But it's also right, therefore, that decisions about the franchise for elections and referendums that take place throughout the United Kingdom should be taken by this Parliament in the same way as decisions taken for the franchise for elections to Holyrood are taken by the Holyrood Parliament. I can I can manage one more intervention, then I must leave space for his own front bench, but I'll happily give way.
Thank you, the Minister, for giving way. We do, of course, recognise that this Parliament will take a decision, but could the Minister explain why he's so keen to follow the example set by other EU countries that so many of his colleagues want to cut us off from, but he won't follow the example of the country that his colleagues are so desperate to stay attached to?
Well, Sir Roger, I think I would refer to the comments made by the Labour front bench, which is that there is a degree of symmetry here. There is I think it would be bizarre indeed for us to give rights to people when I think in fact it was the my honourable friend for Torbay who pointed out that it would be bizarre to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in an issue of this kind of national importance when they cannot vote on who collects the bins in their local council. This is something which needs to be done on a broader basis. I'll come on to that point a little bit more in a minute. Honourable members have also said that young people are engaged and politically active. That is absolutely true. But it's also true of many 15-year-olds, and not true for some 50-year-olds. Political engagement is not a strong enough justification in and of itself, on its own, for giving or denying the vote. Another argument we've heard is that people can marry or join the army at 16, and there have been a series of other different activities that can or cannot be done at 16, 17, 18, or indeed 21. I think there were some examples for driving steam tractors or whatever it might be. The important thing is, I think we have in this country always viewed attaining adulthood, attaining majority, as a process rather than an event. It is not something which is neat. I don't think it can be neat. I think it varies from person to person and by activity to activity. And if you want to go into the level, if you want to compare different activities that can be done, on the list which we've had referred to on the parliamentary website about things that are allowed to be done when you're 16, 17, 18 or otherwise, there's body piercing, Sir Roger. Body piercing and having a tattoo at 18. I don't think that these are necessarily fruitful or relevant comparisons to make. We need to accept that this is something which is a process, not an event, and is therefore tricky to do. Now, a number of my colleagues have made points saying that they agree with the principle, they are sympathetic at least, to the principle of votes at 16, but are concerned that it should be done just for this election. I must say I agree with that point. Members for Warwick and Leamington, Norwich North, Colchester, South Suffolk, Eastleigh, Torbay, Bath, many of them felt the same way about this and said, look, this is an important decision, but it needs to be taken for the franchise as a whole rather than for an individual election. I believe that is right. I do not believe that this bill is the right place to make significant changes to the franchise. Very briefly, and then I must make progress, otherwise
Isn't it reasonably the case that unless the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish Government, unless the Scottish First Minister at the time had legislated to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in the Scottish referendum, the current Scottish administration wouldn't be in a position to legislate for 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in next year's Scottish election. Isn't it time to start the process?
Well, I'm coming on to the timing of this in a minute, if the honourable gentleman will allow, because while I don't think this bill is the right place to make significant changes to the franchise, the debate on the voting age is an important one. The Prime Minister himself has said he thinks it's right it should take place. But making a change of this scale for a single specific vote will simply invite criticism that we are choosing a franchise which has been deliberately skewed for low and partisan party political advantage. Far better to hold the debate when the long-term question of votes for 16 and 17-year-olds at all future elections can be properly and soberly debated. And a moment's glance at the Conservative Party's election manifesto, something which I'm sure is bedtime reading for everybody on the other side of the House, will show that there should be opportunities to do just that during the course of this Parliament. I now move on to amendments moved by my honourable learned friend, the member for Sleaford and North Hykeham or North Hickham? I'm not sure. North Hykeham. I apologise to his constituents if I've mispronounced his constituency name, who asked why the bill does not enfranchise Irish citizens resident in Gibraltar. I've got to say to him, it is actually at the moment extremely hard to identify Irish citizens in Gibraltar on their voting register. It's not something that's currently done and would be hard to do. We do not currently, at present, have agreement from the Government of Gibraltar to do this because it would clearly impose duties and work on them. It's also true that no one is quite sure how many Irish citizens there are in Gibraltar, although most estimates are pretty low. However, I can promise him that we are already discussing this with the Government of Gibraltar, and while I can't predict what the outcome will be, we are discussing it in some depth and will continue to do so on this point. He also asked about the definition of Commonwealth citizens, and for the purposes of elections, Schedule 3 to the British Nationality Act sets out the list of relevant countries. There are 2 which are not currently members of the Commonwealth, and it's citizens of those countries that would be affected by the Honourable Member's amendment. The first is the Gambia, which withdrew from the Commonwealth in October 2013. The government's not yet removed the Gambia from the list of countries in Schedule 3, but will do so at the next suitable opportunity. Once the government's made this change, Gambian citizens will no longer have Commonwealth voting rights. Crucially, the second is Zimbabwe, which left the Commonwealth in 2003. At the time, the government made the decision to maintain Commonwealth rights for Zimbabwean nationals. This was based on the view that Zimbabwean people should not be punished for the actions of a government that the UK did not consider democratically elected. Given our serious concerns over the 2013 elections in that country, this view remains. I come now to Amendment 52, EU Votes for Life, the Honourable Member for Ilford South. I think he's trying to be helpful because he has tried to table an amendment which is all closely in line with my own party's manifesto, for which I thank him. I'm not sure how his own front bench feels about this, but he hasn't let that stop him, and I salute his courage and determination. However, I'm afraid that I'm now hoist on my own petard, Sir Roger, because having made the argument about 16 and 17-year-old voting and saying this is the wrong bill in which to do this, I really must apply by my own logic that to this point. However, and again I can make him the same assurance which I made to my honourable friends, including I think the honourable lady from Totnes, who was worried on 16 and 17-year-old votes that we would be pushing this item into the long grass. There will be opportunities in this session of Parliament to vote on this, because we will be bringing forward our own bill for Votes for Life, which will apply to all franchises, to make sure that people who are British citizens, who are currently living abroad, who are not currently able to vote and exercise their democratic rights, even though they are citizens of this country, will be able to do so. And at that stage, I look forward to his support, if not that from his own front bench, on this very, very important issue.
Stephen Gethers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you and thanks to the Minister for making time, and also thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Glenrothes, for making time for me to sum up as well. I think this has been a good debate to have on a significant issue. I hope the Chairman won't mind me saying that I think it's good that we're discussing our relationship with Europe, and I mentioned this in my speech, on this, the 200th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, and we all remember those who fell on that day from all sides. If I can talk about just briefly, and I'll try and keep my comments brief, the members opposite we're talking about, I'm going to tackle 16 and 17-year-olds first. A number of members opposite, and I'm thinking about the member for South Suffolk, Norwich North, and elsewhere, all seem to be for 16 and 17-year-olds having the vote now, but just not yet. Now, Mr. Chairman, there is overwhelming evidence from the Scottish independence referendum, and we presented it, I presented it, my honourable friend from Oakland South Perthshire presented it, my honourable friend from Edinburgh East presented it as well. There is overwhelming evidence that extending the franchise to 16-year-olds is a good thing for democratic participation from an early age. As the Electoral Reform Society said, vote early and then vote often throughout life, and the University of Edinburgh said that as well. And can I pay tribute to the member for Totnes, who I thought made an excellent contribution and made some outstanding points on the contributions of 16 and 17-year-olds, drawing from her own experiences as well. We all have a responsibility, and I said this earlier on, to try and increase participation amongst young people. This is a good place to start. And just to finalise on the point on 16 and 17-year-olds, my right honourable friend, the member for Gorton, made a very pertinent point earlier on, which is you all talk about when we start. Well, there's no time like the present, folks. We've all been elected here to make decisions. Let's make a decision, and let's make it tonight, and let's give young people the opportunity to vote in the next year's referendum, get involved in that debate, and make their voice heard in that democratic process. Mr. Chairman, I move on to the point about EU nationals. And I was astonished to hear members of the Conservative Party run off a number of examples, of European examples, where they don't allow EU nationals to vote. Well, I think that's the first time that we've heard the Tories telling us that they're not going to do it because other European countries don't do it. Something I found astonishing, but I'm glad that they're opening to learn from our neighbours and the other members of the European Union. Can I say something that struck me? As somebody who represents the University of St Andrews, people who are EU nationals make a significant impact to the life of all the nations of the United Kingdom. A significant impact. The MP for Oakland South Perthshire reeled off some excellent examples. But I thought there was a very good point made by my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh East, who made the very strong point that EU nationals who are living in our countries are not here as backpackers, they're not here as tourists, they are here as the very part of our society and an integral part of our society. And what was very powerful in the Scottish independence referendum, Mr. Chairman, was the significant impact that our debate had on different communities who made a significant impact. Polish communities, our Asian communities, people from almost every country in the world who make a part of the Scottish fabric. Scotland is, if I quote, a mongrel nation. We are a mongrel nation who count many peoples who are Scots. And we want to see them to be an integral part of our country. And what better way to say that you're an integral part of our country by giving them the vote and giving them the position to decide? And can I actually say, Mr. Brake made the excellent point, the honourable member made the excellent point, as did others, about Christian Allard, a member of the Scottish Parliament who has set up his business, makes very good decisions in the Scottish Parliament, most of which I agree with, who will not be allowed to vote on the European referendum issue. And yet, in spite of that, Cypriots will be allowed to vote, Maltese will be allowed to vote. And as a point was made, if you're a Greek Cypriot, you can vote, but if you come from Greece, you can't vote. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, it's a ludicrous situation. Tonight, there's so much you can all learn from the Scottish Parliament, and you're going to learn from the Scottish Parliament over the next 5 years. Tonight, the Scottish Parliament will send out a strong message that we are an open and inclusive and democratic country by lowering the age so that you can vote for 16 and 17-year-olds. I would urge this House to follow the lead of the Scottish Parliament, as you should do on so many issues.
Question is that Amendment 18 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division. No. Clear the lobby. Question is that Amendment 18 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Owen Thompson and Marion Fellows. Tellers for the noes, Stephen Barclay and David Evanet. Lock the doors. Order! The ayes to the right, 71. The noes to the left, 514. To the right were 71. The noes to the left were 514. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Now come to amendment number 1.
Under the terms of the order.
Under the terms of the Order of the House of the 9th of June, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on clauses 2 and 5 to a conclusion. Amendment number 1 must have to move formally. Question is the amendment as on the order paper be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Question is the amendment been made? As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Tellers for the ayes Susan Ellen Jones and Tom Blenkinsop. Tellers for the noes Stephen Barclay and David Evanet. Lock the doors. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 310.
The ayes to the right were 265. The noes to the left, 310. So the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that clauses 2 and 5 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 48, Clause 4, with which it would be convenient to take Amendments 3 and 7. Clause 4 stand part. Amendment 8, Clause 6 stand part, and Clauses 7 to 11 stand part. Amendment number 48, Mr. John MacDonald.
Thank you. Can I say, with the limited time available, I'll be extremely brief, because I know there's other members want to come in on the other amendments themselves. And can I just want to give the warning to the House, really, that on subsequent occasions I will bore the House extremely by going on about electronic voting as often as I possibly can, because we've been waging this campaign now for 15 years to try and see whether we can update our electoral methods and bring them into the 21st century. I will circulate, for brevity's sake, I'll circulate the notes prepared by the House of Commons Library for those members that are interested. And I want to thank Isabel White, the researcher, for preparing it. It goes through the history of electronic voting for the various pilots that we've undertaken since 2000. We started off this adventure way back in 2000 when we established the first pilots. Then we had more in 2002, 2003, 2006, 2007. And at each stage we reported that we had reports back on the enhancements that electronic voting would bring to our procedures. And the whole point is set back against a background of declining turnouts in a number of elections, although the key issue in elections is whether it excites the general public, the issue that they're voting upon. As the Scottish referendum demonstrated, if there is a campaign, if people feel it's important enough, they will turn out and vote. But unfortunately, in a number of other elections, there isn't necessarily that incentive, and therefore, part of our issue is how do we ensure that people have access to easy voting. Electronic voting, we've been piloting now for a long period of time. I'll circulate the note, but when the Speaker's Commission on Digital Democracy explored it yet again over the last 2 years, came up with a number of recommendations. The issue that has to be confronted still is about security of online voting, but I still don't believe that this is insuperable. And therefore, the reason for putting this amendment in this bill, as I will in every other bill that comes forward in this coming period, and that includes, for example, the trade union bill that we're expecting, is to ensure that we at least force the issue of government resolving this matter of this issue of security of online voting, which seems to be the only thing that's holding us back.
I thank Warren for giving way. I think it's possibly the first time in 18 years when I have a slight disagreement with my honourable friends. but this idea that changing the way we vote actually increases turnout. We introduced postal ballots for that reason, and we've still seen a big decline in turnout. It's when people feel they've got less to vote for, and when there's less difference between the parties. If there's a real difference and they've got a real choice, they turn out to vote.
Thank goodness we're not disagreeing, because that's why I think what I said earlier, but in a more complicated fashion. The issue around turnout is about how people are incentivised to vote. But the minimum we can do is actually increase the access to voting procedures. We've done that in terms of the postal vote, as my honourable friend has said. We've just introduced electronic registration to assist in the registration process as well. And it was argued in this chamber a short while back that once we've introduced electronic registration, we would then move on to revisit online voting. But unfortunately, in this legislation, that is not the case. And I'm hoping that by raising this amendment, the government will look again, go back to the Electoral Commission and ask them to come forward with detailed proposals. And even if we have to pilot electronic voting in some areas around this referendum, it may well be then that we can overcome some of the problems that were identified. Very briefly. Yes.
Not for the first time the Honourable Gentleman for Luton North speaks great good sense, but I fear that the Honourable Gentleman for Hayton Harlington has neglected to answer his point, which is that since the advent of postal votes on demand, there's been no demonstrable increase in voter turnout, and indeed voter turnout has generally since 1997 gone down. Will he address that particular point?
Slight increase at the last general election. There was an increase at the last general election. Now, the Honourable Gentleman's right, because I can remember turnouts around 77%, etc. We went down in some areas to 56%. This time round, we went from 60 up to about 65. So there was some significant increase in some areas, particularly with regards to the introduction of postal voting. But if the Honourable Gentleman looks at some of the pilots that were undertaken throughout the 2000s, where the pilots were implemented effectively, it did significantly increase the turnout. And I recommend the examination and exploration of the Shrewsbury pilot that took place in 2005. Can I also refer members, I won't delay the House any further, I refer members also not just to the findings of the Electoral Commission, but also the statements by the Electoral Commission Chair now, Jenny Watson, saying this is an issue that they will return to as their main feature of work in this coming period, and there would be reporting in due course. And again, the argument that they're putting forward is simply to bring our electoral system into line with the practices in the rest of society, which is now largely online, and facilitating democracy by the use of online voting in that way. Can I also refer members, and I'll circulate these rather than delay the debate today, can I also refer members to the executive summary of the report that was undertaken by Web Roots Democracy, which identifies not only the ability, the introduction of online voting not only to increase turnout, but also to reduce the cost of balloting procedures as well. I'll raise it on an amendment at this point very, very briefly, because I think it's something that we need to return to rather than neglect, as it has been over the last few years, and it's something I think that many members will want to explore in a way in which we facilitate the improvement of democratic processes in our society. But can I also say, I give this warning, I will be raising this matter time and time again. I mentioned the trade union bill. We will be bringing forward amendments to bills like that to ensure that we have established a principle of this House to facilitate access to democracy on every possible occasion we can. And I think electronic voting is one of those mechanisms in which we can, I think, enhance the democratic processes of our society.
Question is that Amendment 48 be made. Mr McFadden.
Thank you, Mr Gill. I'd like to move Amendment 3, which stands in my name and the name of my right honourable friends. On Tuesday, the House passed Amendment 55, which ruled out the possibility of holding the referendum in May of next year when there are important other elections taking place throughout the country. However, Amendment 55 did not deal with the potential situation in 2017 when a poll, if it was held in May of that year, could clash with local elections which are scheduled in both England and Scotland, and mayoral elections in some places. Our Amendment 3 does deal with that situation because it would rule out holding the referendum on the same day as local elections, as well as the other elections which are listed in the amendment. And there are two separate reasons why we believe the referendum should be held on a separate day. The first is that on a constitutional issue as large as this, it deserves its own campaign, its own moment of decision. The focus in a competitive election where parties are battling to control local councils or another elected body is different from a yes or no constitutional question of this kind. The focus in a local election battle should be on who's going to run the body which is up for election. In a referendum, the focus is different. Views will cross party lines on this issue of the European referendum. Yes, I'll give
I'm listening very carefully to the honourable gentleman's comments, but can he confirm that Her Majesty's opposition opposed the AV referendum in May 2011 being on the same day as local authority elections? And does he not confirm that, to a certain extent, that referendum drove up turnout to 42% for those local authority elections?
If he is holding up, seriously holding up the AV referendum in 2011 as a model of democratic engagement, I'm afraid that my experience of that would be to beg to differ. I really don't think that is a model that we should follow. I'll give way to...
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and of course in Greater Manchester in 2017 we will have the inaugural elections for the elected Metro Mayor for Greater Manchester. That in itself is going to pose a challenge to those of us who are politicians in the city region, because it's a new post and we will have the duty to explain what that new post will be. Isn't that another reason why we don't need this added complexity?
I think my honourable friend makes a good argument. That's an important election, and as I say, the focus in that election will be who should be that mayor, and there'll be different candidates standing and so on. It's a different question from whether or not we remain members of the European Union. I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and as part of the complexity of the situation in relation to the elections, is my honourable friend aware that elections to the Northern Ireland Assembly will take place on the same day as elections to the Scottish Parliament and the National Assembly for Wales on the 5th of May 2016, and I note that that is not included in the Labour amendment.
I take the point the honourable member makes, but I would say that the issue of May 2016 has already been dealt with through Amendment 55. What I'm focused on here is May of 2017, when there are local elections taking place in various parts of the country. I give way to my...
I must say I very strongly agree with my honourable friend. Thank you for giving way. That when we are voting on whether or not we leave the European Union or stay in, it should not be confused or blurred with party allegiances and so on. It should be a clear understanding that that day we're voting on our membership of the European Union, nothing else, and that all other elections should not be held on that day. So we want a unique day for that vote.
Well, Mr Gale, it is not always the case on European matters that I'm in agreement with my honourable friend. But this time, on this point, I am, and I quite agree with the point that he has made. So the first reason to do this is because on such a major constitutional question about the country's future, the focus should be entirely on that. But there is a second reason why, on this occasion, it makes sense to separate out this poll from other polls, and that relates to the discussions that we've had about Purdah arrangements. Without rerunning the debate that we had on Tuesday, the government's argument in this bill is that there needs to be some qualification of the Purdah arrangements which would normally apply. Now, the jury is still out on what the eventual outcome of that argument will be, but we do know from Tuesday that this bill will be amended in one way or another, at report stage on this issue. However, Purdah arrangements also apply to a local election period. So combining the referendum with other elections could mean that we have full Purdah in place for some things and qualified Purdah or no Purdah in place for others. Now, what exactly would the role of ministers in the civil service be in those circumstances? We could have one set of rules for one poll taking place on that day and another set of rules for another poll taking place on the same day. And I don't think you have to think very long and hard without realising that that is not an ideal arrangement for clarity on exactly the conduct of the poll. So, our point is that this bill deals with a big constitutional issue. That issue deserves to be considered by the public on its own merits, not tacked on as an add-on to local elections in various parts of the country. And for these reasons, Mr Gale, we feel there is unfinished business from Tuesday, that Amendment 55 was not the end of this matter, and our Amendment 3, if passed, would make it clear that this had to be a stand-alone poll and not a poll combined with other elections, either next May or in May 2017. And to conclude, Mr Gale, we do intend to test the will of the House on this matter if we are given an opportunity to do so this afternoon.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm grateful to the Minister for letting me speak first. Very briefly, we would intend to support Amendment 3 because, as the Honourable Gentleman has said, part of the potential problem was addressed earlier on. There's a major problem if the referendum is held on the date of other elections. First of all, on a point of principle, if this is truly, certainly for voters in England, the most important democratic constitutional decision they've taken for 40 or more years, surely it's worth a day of its own rather than be tacked on to something else. The other very practical point is that some of the elections listed there, the Scottish local government elections, for example, are run on a completely different electoral system. Last time we ran those elections on the same day as a straightforward first-past-the-post election, there was well over 100,000 spoilt votes in the Scottish Council elections because people didn't understand how to vote differently. The one thing we don't want in the EU referendum is doubt over the result caused by a lot of spoilt papers. The only other brief comment that I'll make on I'm surprised that we have to debate the impartiality of broadcasters. Members should be aware that there is a very widespread perception, and I won't comment as to whether I perceive it or not, there's a widespread perception in Scotland that some broadcasters were not impartial during the referendum. It didn't doesn't, I don't think, taint the validity of the referendum result. It has tainted the reputation of those broadcasters, and it may take a generation before the reputation is sufficiently restored. So whether it is part of the legislation in this House, we need to send a message to the broadcasters. This referendum has to be fair, and that means the broadcasters have got to be impartial, not only during a PUD or a non-period period, but from today they have got to be impartial and be seen to be impartial. Otherwise, the impression will be given afterwards that the referendum is not fair.
Sir Roger, I want to address the arguments made by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Wolverhampton South East, on behalf of the opposition, speak a bit about combination, and I will respond to the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington on electronic voting. And if time permits, then I would like to address Clause 4 stand part on the question of conduct regulation, conduct rules, that also forms part of this group. But if I can turn to combination first of all, as the Right Honourable Gentleman said, we settled on Tuesday through Amendment 55 the question of May 2016. So in practice what we're talking about today is whether the House should also rule out any possibility of May 2017. I have to say that I'm not persuaded yet that the arguments are sufficiently compelling. I think that the principle ought to be that the timing of the referendum on our future in or out of the EU is determined by progress of negotiations at EU level. And I suspect that once those negotiations have come to a conclusion and the Prime Minister is ready with his recommendation, that there will be a pretty strong appetite in all parts of the House of Commons, but I think even more so on the part of the British voter and indeed of our partners in the European Union, to have the issue brought to a head and settled as soon as possible, or at least as soon as possible, compatible with a campaigning period that is seen to be fair and which allows all the arguments to be set out so that people can take a well-informed and deliberate choice. And at the end of the day, it will be for Parliament itself to decide whether or not to approve the specific date which the government proposes, because the bill includes an order-making power for the Secretary of State to set down the referendum date. That date has to be approved through a statutory instrument which must be tabled in accordance with the affirmative resolution procedure. And I can give an undertaking that that debate will be on the floor of the House whenever that comes. So at the end of the day, it will be for the House of Commons as a whole and for the House of Lords separately to decide whether or not they agree, in all the circumstances of the time, for the date that the government has proposed. And clearly, given the reservations that have been expressed about a hypothetical combination with local elections in May 2017, the government would have to have a persuasive case at that time. I think that the Honourable Gentleman Right Honourable Gentleman put his case forward with his characteristic sort of courtesy and a constructive tone, so I will try to respond in kind. I would say to him that I think that he does perhaps underestimate the British public. I think that voters will be able to distinguish in their minds between the outcome that they want in a referendum on our future I'll do my honourable friend first, and I'll come to the honourable gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend, and I know I haven't been overly helpful always this week to him, but I hope to be helpful now. He will have noted that the opposition spokesman did not address the issue I raised about the fact that there was a constitutionally significant vote in May 2011, whether we agreed with it having been put in place in the first place. But at the same time, there were very important local elections, and one did not invalidate the other. And also, in terms of PERDA, voters were clear about the issues that they were deciding upon at the time. He didn't address that issue in his remarks.
My honourable friend, the member for Peterborough, is quite right in what he said. I mean, the precedent in 2011 was that the British public was able to make that distinction perfectly reasonably in their own minds. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way.
if the government has accepted the principle that there shouldn't be a clash with elections for the National Assembly for Wales, Scottish Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly in 2016, why don't they just go a step further, accept the amendment and also rule out elections in 2017 for local authority elections?
Partly for the reasons I've given, and also because I think there is a qualitative difference that we acknowledged in bringing forward Amendment 55 between elections that are held for one of the constituent nations of the United Kingdom and referendums that are held for local government. And we accepted that distinction in the amendment the government brought forward earlier this week. I'm going to make a little more progress, and then I will happily give way again if time permits. I think also, if we look at the number of occasions when local elections and general elections have been held on exactly the same day, we will find that there are plenty of examples where the public has indulged happily in ticket splitting, and they have sent a member to this House representing one political party and elected a different political party to run their local authority. So I think the public is able to make that distinction perfectly well. Yes.
He and I have discussed this before. I just want to place on the record, I think my constituents across Winchester and Charles-Ford are quite capable of distinguishing between two elections. And when they have one piece of paper for a parish election, a district election, even a county election and a parliamentary election on the same day, they seem to manage it.
I think my honourable friend the member for Winchester puts it very well. Give way to him.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. If I can just take him back to his earlier answer to the member for the Welsh Nationalists and just point out politely that the population of Greater Manchester is greater than that of Northern Ireland and is almost as large as that of Wales, and this will be an inaugural election for a Metro Mayor, which is a creation of his government's own policy. Don't we deserve to have that argument separate from the EU referendum?
I would take the honourable gentleman back again to 2011 when we had the London mayoral election on the same day as the election on the voting system for the House of Commons, and that did not appear to cause the electorate any great problems. Now, the other question that the right honourable gentleman put to me was about the difficulty of operating different regimes for purdah over the same or overlapping electoral and referendum periods. Now, I think to some extent, too, the riposte to that came from the intervention from my honourable friend, the member for Peterborough. But given that the government has undertaken this week to consult with all parties about what the appropriate framework for purdah should be in the run-up to the EU referendum, I'm happy to take the points the right honourable gentleman has made on board as part of that consideration and future discussion. I would also say that there are some technical flaws in the opposition's amendment. There is, for example, no carve-out in the amendment for by-elections, and what this could mean is that an unanticipated by-election could inadvertently result in an agreed referendum date becoming invalid at short notice. Nor does the amendment proposed by the opposition capture Police and Crime Commissioner elections that, if the opposition amendment were to be carried, would still be possible on the same day as the referendum. So, even if the right honourable gentleman had his way, I think that there would need to be some tidying up at a later date. Now, I want to. I'm overwhelmed by enthusiasm. The honourable gentleman for Luton North, then I'll come down to
I thank Mr. Greenway. I've made my point briefly, but he's implying, I think, that there's more to be discussed, and it's been too short a time to have a proper debate on this issue. It should come back, I hope, at the report stage and possibly even be discussed in another place before the final bill is approved.
Well, as I did say earlier, whatever the decision in this House during the progress on the bill, this House will discuss the timing of the referendum again when the government comes to table a statutory instrument to designate a particular date for that. Give way to the honourable gentleman.
Has the government given consideration to the fact that if there's a referendum on the same day
as local elections, that there may well be a situation where in some wards there would be one candidate for a party campaigning for a yes vote and another for the same party campaigning for a no vote. And there might be a situation, it might be rather difficult for the political parties to coordinate their literature, apart from anything else, if they are going to be taking a united position.
Well, I think one of the things about the European referendum campaign, which I think the public will expect, is that people from both his party and mine are going to be campaigning in both the yes and the no camps. I know we're both broad churches, and I think we accept that that is a reality. And I really don't think that the British public is incapable of understanding that the European question is one that cuts across normal party political boundaries. Now, I want to move on to the amendment tabled by the honourable gentleman member for Hayes and Harlington about electronic voting, and I don't want to cause him too great a shock if I say I'm not wholly unsympathetic to some of the points that he raises. I've been to Estonia, and I've talked to Estonian ministers about what they have put in place, not just in terms of electronic voting, but of delivering practically all interaction between citizen and government through digital means. And given current advances in IT, I can see how e-voting sounds attractive, but I think there are also a number of issues that we would have to consider very carefully and thoroughly before this country committed itself to go down that path. Most obviously, I mean, there are genuine concerns that e-voting is not sufficiently rigorous and could be vulnerable to attack or fraud. The last thing I think that would serve the interests of Parliament or of democracy in this country would be for us to move swiftly to a system of electronic voting which led to a still greater level of public mistrust in the integrity of our democratic processes. So, particularly when selecting elected representatives or deciding an issue of national importance in a referendum, it is essential we have the highest possible level of security. And I'm not convinced that we have the requisite level of assurance yet. Even in the short exchanges that have taken place on this subject today, there have been different views expressed about whether the pilots in the past have led to serious increase in turnout or not. That is, again, is another point to be borne in mind. Give way, Colne.
Well, even the Conservative elements of the campaign group have been a problem as well. But there you are. Could I suggest to him, this referendum is in 2 years' time. We have the Electoral Commission now, which is focusing its work this year on the issue of electronic voting, and we will have the elections before then. Could I say that we now look again at reviving some of the pilots, at least for next year's local government elections, so that we can learn the lessons and overcome this issue, quite rightfully as indicated, of security, because I think things have moved on from the last pilots, and we need a new pilot to give us the confidence that we can then use this more extensively in referenda.
Well, and that's a point that I'm sure my colleagues in the Cabinet Office who lead on constitutional matters will have heard, and this may be something that the Government will want to consider in the future, although it's not a priority, I think, immediately for the legislation to authorise the arrangements for this referendum. Now, I do want, before I sit down, to say a few things about the conduct rules more generally, and Clause 4 of the bill provides that ministers may make provision about the conduct of the referendum in regulations. The provisions at Clause 3 and Schedule 3 already set out the key aspects of the conduct of the referendum, and broadly they're concerned with that overall framework. But in addition to those general provisions, it will be necessary to set out further, more detailed rules for conduct. And Clause 4 grants ministers the power to do so by regulation. Our intention will be to draw on the rules used for the conduct of the parliamentary voting system referendum in 2011 and those used for elections more generally, in particular for our parliamentary elections. But we will also take account of recent changes to electoral law to ensure that those also apply for the purposes of this referendum. The clause also requires that ministers consult the Electoral Commission before making any regulations on these issues. And we'd, yes, they will give way on this.
The Minister will know that there have been serious concerns in the public on the European Scrutiny Committee, and the chair is in the room at the moment, but there's not time to discuss bias in the media on European Union matters at this stage. Will there be a time at report stage, hopefully, for a more thorough discussion on this, because there are serious concerns, and as he will know, the chair of the BBC Trust and the Director General of the BBC have both been before the European Scrutiny Committee to discuss this matter.
Well, obviously what we discuss at report stage will very much be in the hands of honourable members who table amendments when that comes, but I have known my honourable friend, the member for Stone, for many years, and I know that he is ingenious and creative in finding opportunities for parliamentary debate on subjects that are close to his heart. Give way to our honourable friend.
May I be ingenious for one moment, with great respect? It's just that I would like to just get on the record my Amendment 8, which is supported by the Electoral Commission, and given the length of time, just to say that the Electoral Commission supports the proposal, which is that the detailed regulations required to administer and regulate the referendum are made and come into force not less than 6 months before the start of the referendum period. We're not proposing to put that to a vote, but we would like to return to it on the report stage. I know the Minister understands it and the Electoral Commission supports it.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and his amendment, of course, proposes that the legislation should be put in place at least 6 months before it's required to be implemented or complied with by campaigners or administrators. Now, while I think that it's not necessary or appropriate in this specific case to set an arbitrary time frame in statute, I think I can offer him some reassurance on this point. The reasons, of course, for the Electoral Commission's recommendation to which he alluded is because of the importance of ensuring that the people who are responsible for organising and administering a referendum and the people who will be responsible for accounting for expenditure on behalf of campaign organisations are clear about the rules which apply. Now, to some extent, as I said a few minutes ago, those rules are set out in terms of a general framework within the body of the bill. The more detailed rules on conduct will be provided for by regulations that the government will have the power under the bill to table. I can give the committee this assurance that it is the government's intention to publish the conduct regulations this autumn. That will mean, especially given the decision that the committee took on Tuesday not to combine the referendum with the devolved local elections in May 2016, that there ought to be plenty of time for the Electoral Commission, for returning and counting officers, and for campaigners to familiarise themselves with the detail of the rules under which the referendum will be conducted. And we'd expect those detailed rules to cover such matters as the referendum timetable and the key stages within this, the provision of polling stations, the appointment of polling and counting agents, the procedure for issue of ballot papers and voting at polling stations, arrangements for the counting of votes and declaration of results, the disposal of ballot papers and other referendum documents, arrangements for absent voters, postal and proxy votes, and so on. So there will be a great deal of information which it is our intention to have publicly available for everybody to see in the autumn of this year, well ahead of the referendum date. And I hope that on that basis, my honourable friend and others who have signed his amendment will be able to take some reassurance that the government is fully committed to its declared intention of ensuring that this referendum is conducted in a way that is not only fair, but which is seen to be and accepted as fair by everybody who takes part on either side.
John MacDonald.
I'm not convinced at the moment that the government is taking the matter of electronic voting seriously, but I welcome the warm words from the Minister that actually there could be some movement in the future. And although we may not be able to achieve it for the referendum, I'm hoping that we can encourage the Electoral Commission to undertake pilots again next year that might resolve some of these issues about the security. And on that basis, Chair, I will seek the leave of the House to withdraw the amendment.
Is it your pleasure that Amendment 48 be withdrawn?
Aye.
Amendment 48 withdrawn.
Amendment 3 to move forward.
Amendment 3, Mr McFadden, moved formally. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the aye, Susan Ellen Jones and Tom Blenkinsop. Tellers for the no, Steve Bartley and David Evans. No cues. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 267. The noes to the left, 308.
The ayes to the right, 267. The noes to the left, 308. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. On a point of order, Mr. Ian Murray.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the third occasion this week, this House has taken a position on votes, which will be recorded in Hansard and indeed the official record of this House. But unfortunately, shortly after those votes have been taken, certain SNP MPs have tweeted out completely the contrary to what the votes were, both on the Scotland Bill on Monday, the EU Referendum Bill on Tuesday and indeed again this evening. I wonder if you could rule if that is bringing this House into disrepute and how we stop it from happening.
I understand the point that the honourable gentleman wishes to make, and he's done well in drawing it to the attention of the House and no doubt further afield, but he will appreciate that it's not a matter on which I can rule from the chair at the present moment, but I can say that one would hope that that a reasoned report of what happens in this chamber will be disseminated widely throughout the country by many means of communication, not just on the social media, and that people will always choose which report they wish to believe. We now come to the question on Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 and Clauses 6 to 11 do stand part of the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. Order.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same with amendments.
Consideration what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Except
Tomorrow.
Order.
Mrs. Cheryl Gillan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would seek your advice and the advice of the Chair on a matter that has come to my attention concerning the business that has been announced for next Tuesday. There is going to be consideration of High-Speed Rail London to West Midlands Bill Instruction Number 3. And as far as I understand it, this is going to extend to the Select Committee the power to consider amendments to accommodate the requirements of landowners and occupiers in my constituency, particularly in Little Missenden, the Leigh and Great Missenden. Further, there is going to be a consideration of the amendments to accommodate changes to the design of the works authorised by the bill in Great Missenden and Little Missenden. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Select Committee that is sitting on the hybrid bill is visiting my constituency on Monday at 9:15 and will be looking at the effects of HS2 on the area of outstanding natural beauty. Yet I understand that the government is not planning to publish the additional provisions that would give this House and the committee and my constituents the information on what additional provisions HS2 Limited and the Department of Transport are going to make for the consideration of the committee. Perhaps you could advise me whether this is the correct procedure for this House, because it seems to me that my constituents and this House should know about those additional provisions prior to their visit to the constituency and prior to the business before the House. As I understand it, it may be that those additional provisions are not available until the second week in July. I wondered if the Speaker's office and the Chair could assist me in any way on this procedure.
Well, the Right Honourable Lady raises a matter of some concern. If the procedure under which this important bill is being scrutinised by this House has not been properly followed, then it is indeed a matter of concern, and I'm quite certain that Mr. Speaker will wish to have the procedural elements of the Honourable Lady's concerns investigated, and I will make sure that such an investigation is undertaken. At the same time, the Honourable Lady has very eloquently made clear to the House her concerns, and I'm quite sure that those on the Treasury bench will have taken note of what the Right Honourable Lady has said, and that her concerns will be conveyed to the relevant ministers, and one would hope that if there has been a matter of procedural oversight, that it will be put right in time.
Further to that point of order, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for your undertaking to investigate the procedure on this. Would it be possible for also the Chair to investigate whether those details could be made available to the committee and to myself and to my constituents prior to the visit at 9:15 on Monday morning?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her further point, and I am quite sure that in undertaking an investigation, if there is a problem and if matters can be put right, that they will be put right. And I'm quite sure that if they are not, that the Right Honourable Lady will come back and inform the House so next week. We all look forward to the progress of the matter.